Derivative Jill.
Greetings and felicitations.
Hello, I'm Anti-Derivative Jill, and this is Indefinite Lunch in Infinite Combinations number 66. Today we are reviewing the next original series episode, and it's a legendary one. It's the Trouble with Tribbles. While I don't know where it's going to rank on my top favorite episodes, but it's up there somewhere. It's definitely one of the ones that I would say I rewatch the most. And we also have other wonderful friends here today. Scotty R37. How are you today?
I'm doing really well. This is also a question as to where it's going to rank in terms of overall Star Trek, but definitely this and Trials and Tribulations, this is a double bill that I can't pass up.
Right, and if you love both the episodes, you can imagine both simultaneously while you're watching this one. And we also have Tony Stark here today. Hello, Tony.
Good morning. Good morning. How y'all doing?
Morning. So this week you can find Scotty on the Phantasmagorium talking about James Bond, and then also on Wednesday and Quantum Leap on Thursday with me.
Mm-hmm. And we're doing an all 5 Indiana Jones roundup on Wednesday night. It's going to be a double feature on the Phantasmagorium.
Whoa, 2 shows in one day. That's cool.
Yep.
And Tony, you've been doing a lot of late night streaming lately. That's cool.
Oh yeah. I have uncertain career prospects. I've been moved into a position at my employment that they usually send people to go die. Pretty much, they walk you out after 3 weeks when you can't make rate.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I hopefully your fears are unfounded and you move back up. Hopefully. And Pop Culture Curator, you made your big move, and so I'm so happy for you that you got out of the bad place and now you're in the good place, right?
Yes. It's so much better. I'm still recovering from the move, still unpacking, still settling in, but I'm very happy. I missed everyone. I was out of the loop for a while, but I'm so excited to be back. And for this episode, I couldn't miss it. So thank you for having me here, and hello to everybody in the chat. I miss you all.
Yeah, I'm so glad you're back, and anytime you got to take off, that makes sense. But it was actually kind of, I know, I had there were all sorts of things that prevented us from having this show 2 weeks ago. None of us could make it that day, and then the week after that, I had family stuff.
Well, it was the 4th of July.
It worked out for the best.
It did. It did work out. And for reference to production, some of the production stuff I have is from Star Trek 365, the original series by Paula M. Block and Terry J. Erdman, as seen on the original series Star Trek reviews on the Clobberin Times channel with Raquel Briggs. They just finished Star Trek Deep Space Nine this Saturday. They're starting up Voyager, so that should be fun. I can't wait. But right now, we're going to check out The Trouble with Tribbles. So I'm going to show you the slides. Here we are. And so I'll just give away the basic summary so no one has to worry about giving spoilers. I enjoy that. I I don't mind if you go out of order, even if what you see is not what you want to talk about, on the slides, because it does go scene by scene. But if something strikes you as interesting that's connected to another scene, you may talk about it. And so I'm gonna make this a little larger so I can actually read it. The trouble with Tribbles. Oh, they started off with the quote of how many Tribbles there ends up being on the ship after by Spock, who is a great mathematician. 1,771,561. That's assuming one Tribble multiplying with an average litter of 10, producing a new generation every 12 hours over a period of 3 days.
3 days.
Responding to a distress call, the Enterprise diverts to Deep Space Station K7, where Kirk discovers that the station's emergency was triggered by the demands of an obnoxious Federation bureaucrat named Niles.
Niels.
Niels. Excuse me, Niels.
Played by the great William Shallert, I must say.
Yes.
Yeah, and he comes back later for what episode? He comes back for
Deep Space Nine episode?
Deep Space Nine?
Yeah, so. He was very versatile. This is one of the few roles where he kind of played the bad guy. Usually he's a good guy, fatherly figure.
Was he in Hill Street Blues? For some reason, I feel like he was in Hill Street
He was in everything from the 1950s all the way up to when he passed away, which I think was the 2000s or something like that. Very prolific career.
Very cool. Barris insists that Starfleet, more specifically the Enterprise, protect an important shipment of grain that is being stored at the station. Kirk isn't inclined to comply, but when a Klingon ship arrives at the station demanding recreational privileges for its crew, Kirk decides to stick around, granting his own crew the same privileges. On the station, Uhura encounters a trader who offers her a sample of his wares, an innocuous little creature called a Tribble.
Meow.
And that's when Kirk's problems begin to escalate rapidly. One Tribble becomes thousands of Tribbles before anyone knows it, infesting the Enterprise, the space station, and the all-important grain bin that Kirk has promised to protect.
Does everybody know about this wheat except me?
Oh, right. Yeah, even Chekhov knows about it.
Mm-hmm.
And also, we have a lovely chat here today, and I want to say hello. And Tony, you were the first to vote and the first to chat. There you are.
Storage compartments?
Quadrotriticale.
Quadrotriticale. Its origins are in Canada.
Yeah, I knew you were going to mention that. Mark Harkness says, he won't bite, will he? Tribbles have no teeth. That is correct. Tribbles have no teeth.
Agreed.
Yes, I have a Tribble. No teeth.
Oh, listen to that little purr box. I love their purring.
And hello to Canadian Spider-Man. He says, hello and welcome to the show, everyone. What a great day for a show about Tribbles. And hello to Franco Walker. Yay, barbecue. No eating Tribbles. They are pets, not food.
Yes.
Don't barbecue my Tribbles.
They give us back love. They don't give us back nutrients. They give us back love.
Well, it's odd. It's kind of like a cat. Like there's only one way to skin a Tribble.
What were you going to say, Pop Culture?
Well, I was going to say you probably get hair stuck in your throat anyway, so I wouldn't risk it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah.
There will be no harming any hairs on their little heads, wherever that is.
Hello to Wes Cagle. Good day, all. And hail Anti-Derivative Jill at Canadian Spider-Man and Franco Walker. Yay.
What a great turnout.
G'day.
Right. Franco Walker says, this time next week, I'll be setting up my new Reverb PC. Yay.
Nice.
Oh, great.
Good to see you, Franco.
That's good news. Ariba Bell says, "What's up, Plusine Nation?"
What's up?
Plusine Nation. Woohoo. And Berta Prey 5 says, "I rate this higher than A++. It's an A triple.
Yes.
Kapla, Bird of Prey 5.
Hey.
Good
Yep.
plot.
It's
That's a lot
the
of-
episode. It's the episode so nice they visited it twice.
Mhm.
Well, sure, and if you have just one triple, you're going to have lots more. So that's quite a lot of pluses.
Well,
Over
don't
a
forget
million.
more troubles with Tribbles. More troubles, so that's 3 times.
There you
Right.
go. It's a triple threat.
Yeah, more troubles, more triples is the animated series episode, which we already reviewed on Pop Culture Curators channel, which was tons of fun. So it was funny to review the sequel before the original.
Mm-hmm.
And Mark Harkness says the writer David Gerald was retroactively inserted into this episode in the Trials and Tribulations revisit done by Deep Space Nine.
I didn't know that. That's cool, Mark Harkness.
That is pretty sweet. And he also says, oddly, he also appears as much younger looking character in Star Trek The Motion Picture during the crew assembly.
I didn't know that he was a DS9. Interesting.
I was aware of his appearance in the motion picture. That's cool. I didn't know he had 2 on-screen appearances.
Well, Franco Walker's having some trouble with the quality of his video. Sorry.
Uh-oh.
Oh, and hello to Dalek451. He says, "Hi, Jill. Finally, you're doing this stream. This is going to be good."
Yes, it is.
Ahoy.
It's going to be fun.
It is.
I could have waited an eternity for this. It's over, Prime.
Oh, they're laying on the Chekhov thick. Sorry.
Oh, the
Franco.
Mink? I mean, the Chekhov?
The Chekhov.
Don't forget the poll, folks, says Franco Walker. And Big Daddy MRI is here. Hey, Big Daddy MRI. So cool to see you.
Hello,
Who
Big
wrote
Daddy.
the script for this
Good to
episode?
see you,
And
Big Daddy MRI.
yeah, this episode first aired on December 29th, 1967. The Trouble with Tribbles was written by David Gerald with some heavy rewrites by Gene L. Kuhn. It was directed by Joseph Pevney, one of our recurrent Star Trek directors, and it's worth noting that this was his favorite episode to direct. He fell in love with that show. I really enjoyed doing it, and I enjoyed working with Leonard and Shatner to make them think in terms of typically farce comedy. The show was successful, and I was happy about that. I was proven right that you can do a comedy if you don't kid the script, if you don't kid Star Trek. If you stay in character, you can have wonderful fun with Star Trek, and the kinds of things you can do with it are endless if you don't lose the whole flavor of Enterprise discipline.
Boom.
I agree.
Science.
And I think that kind of harkens also to Star Trek 4. It's the same thing. It was almost a straight up comedy, but they still kept it within the guidelines and didn't turn it into a self parody.
It was funny because they're professional Starfleet officers in a very unavailable, uncommon situation.
Yes. They were themselves, but this entire calamity and mayhem was happening all around them, and they had to adapt to it.
What was it? I was watching a thing about Space Jam recently. Sorry, this will come back. But they were talking about how the human characters, whenever they do a live action and a cartoon sort of characters mashed together, the problem is that the human characters play the comedy over the top in the same way that the Looney Tunes characters would do so. And I agree wholeheartedly. This is a situation where everyone is still acting like Star Trek people, but they are dealing with just a humor. And they're still lighthearted themselves. It's not like they've completely lost. They're not being serious. Hey, this is how we do this. But they're still playful with it because they understand the absurdity of it. And I really enjoy it. Like seeing the performance of Shatner, Kelly, and Nimoy in this is great. Everybody's great in this episode.
Yeah, exactly. And also, hello to Retro Scotty.
Hello, Retro Me.
Yeah.
Not true. Sorry. Hey, Retro Scotty. I don't mean to
You little
assimilate you.
Hello, Ella Gray. Good to see you.
G'day, Greg.
Well, Euler Greg, as you know quite surely, they are actually the antithesis of busy little buggers. They're
Slothful.
born pregnant.
They're not so much busy as they are willful.
They take a lot of will.
Mark Harkness says, so funny seeing Jadzia make the same calculations as Spock. Yeah, because they're both the science officer, so that is always fun. David Gerald's working title for this episode was A Fuzzy Thing Happened to Me, because they're almost called fuzzies, but I guess it was too similar to a book called Little Fuzzy, which I've never read. But apparently there were a dozen more different possible names like Shaggies, Goonies, and Puppies.
And it was also heavily influenced by a story by Robert Heinlein, and they had to get permission from him.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, it was similar to the Martian Flat Cats from his novel
Yes.
The Rolling Stones.
Right. So they were concerned about being sued, so they did contact him before the show aired, and he said, sure, as long as they pay him a little bit of money, which they did, and everything worked out great.
Yeah,
Well-
exactly. I'm so glad that he was so understanding about it.
Pop culture. You're familiar with the 60s comedy of Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Opera?
Yes,
Or
and a
was
funny
it
thing
onto the-
happened. Forum. A funny thing
To the
happened on the way to
Forum.
right, starring Zero Mostel.
What do you think? What do you think about this title? A fuzzy thing happened on the way to K7. Would that have been
Maybe a little too much on the nose.
fair enough? Just checking. Keep going.
I like it.
I get the reference.
How
but
about
Gene
1,700,000 fuzzy things happened to me while I was at K7?
Oh,
Yeah,
dude, but
I think Pretty Funny in the title would have been a little too much on the nose, I think. So
Fair
I really
enough.
like The Trouble with Tribbles. It reminds me of the Alfred Hitchcock movie, The Trouble with Harry.
Ooh.
Oh, I wouldn't even have thought of that. Bird of Prey 5 says Scotty's greatest performance. Yeah, he
Without
does
a
have
doubt.
That
great
is a lot
lines.
of organics that he had to beam out. For sure.
The whole kit and caboodle.
The whole kit and caboodle.
Retro Scotty says the Tribbles are cuddly and friendly, but can cause a population problem, an exponential one. Great way to teach kids about
Spaying and
control.
neutering your pets.
yeah, that too. Help control the pet population. Please have your pets spayed and neutered. Okay, I watched a lot of Price is Right.
Yeah, I was about
Does
to
Drew
say,
Carey still do that?
Unfortunately, yes, he does.
Okay, just checking. Sorry, I got a mower in the background.
He doesn't seem to have the charisma or the talent that Bob Barker did.
I love Drew Carey, but I agree with you.
I don't watch it anymore today, so I guess that tells you that.
It's like he's just going through the motions. He doesn't have the humor. Bob Barker was always spontaneous and on the fly. He had jokes, and he kept everybody jovial, and he kept everything upbeat. And Drew Carey is just like he's just going through the motions.
Well,
reading
that's
the cue
weird
cards.
considering his history with being able to do improv that he can't do it.
Yeah.
Well, but also like Drew Carey was a nightclub comic who was kind of blue. I think his book was called Beer and Dick Jokes. And so like I can understand how people were not receptive to Drew Carey. He'll always be, in my mind, second best. Or maybe third. I forget who did the Canadian Price is Right during the 80s.
I never heard of the Canadian Price is Right.
No one has outside of Canada. It's great.
Ariba Bell says a Tribble is the only way you can buy love. Oh yeah, that's what Sarah Jones says.
It's the purchase that keeps on giving, though.
And so the 365 book also says in 1788, 11 ships known as the First Fleet sailed from England to Australia to establish a convict settlement. Among the goods carried by the fleet, live rabbits, presumably destined as food stock. But a number of the rabbits escaped, and before long their offspring had overrun the continent, eating to extinction an unknown number of native plants. That in turn left the land vulnerable to devastating erosion, an ecological disaster in the making. that greatly affects Australia today. Writer David Gerald hoped to sell an outer space version of that story to the producers of Star Trek. And when he discovered a friend's keychain topped with a pink ball of fluff, he knew what inexpensive to produce prop would serve as his space rabbits. The script sold, and special effects genius Wah Chang accepted the challenge of designing the Tribbles from pieces of artificial fur. Chang then paid seamstress Jacqueline Kumar $350 to stitch up 500 of the fluff balls. The script called for a number of the Tribbles to move about, and that's where special effects man Jim Rung, who handled the mechanical effects for the series, sprang into action. Rung stuffed some of the Tribbles with the surgical balloons attached to the air hoses that ran offstage. As hidden crew members squeezed rubber bulbs, the pulsing results made the Tribbles seem to breathe. Rugg also placed tiny wind-up spring motors into some of the Tribbles props so that they could crawl across the floor. And into others, he inserted battery-operated motors cannibalized from toys. And that's how Tribbles are conceived, regardless of what Dr. McCoy has to say on the subject.
You running a nursery in here, Lieutenant?
Yeah, open a maternity ward. But anyway, I think it's kind of fun that the last episode was a comedy and this one is, and in both cases, I was giggling all morning during prep. So these are fun episodes. It's just a blast, and sometimes that level of fun plays a huge factor in how much I enjoy the episode. Surprisingly enough.
Well,
And
do you get a sense that in these more lighthearted episodes of the second season, we're still going to do piece of the action, but these are sort of the whimsical episodes that get us to know the characters, which I really like. Even the interactions between Spock and Chekhov, I think, are great.
Yeah, and just like the director said, the characters, they even in this kind of setting, they remain true to their character.
Like this would, I can't. I'm not going to compare to any other series episodes, but like I just enjoy the whimsy that happens between the characters, the obvious friendship between Kirk and Scotty, even though later on there's a slight
Well, they have a lot in
toward-
common.
Well, they both love the same lady.
They do.
Hmm.
And definitely. So the whole plot of this episode is that the Sherman planet is claimed by both the Federation and the Klingon Empire. And
Half
I
and
guess yeah, so in order to secure their claim on the planet, they've got to make sure this grain shipment goes through. And so the Klingons, of course, want to stop it in order to stop their
It's such a weird description, though. It's like both the Klingons and the Federation have equal claim on the planet according to the Organian peace treaty. So I'm assuming that there's still a diplomatic envoy going on Organia.
Yeah, that's really weird. It is a callback, and it is neat to get a continuity callback to Errand of Mercy, and that these godlike aliens are still kind of meddling in the affairs of mortals
for the good of galactic peace,
for the good of planetary preservation.
Yeah.
Well, perhaps the biggest question is that if both Federation and Klingons have claim to the Sherman's planet, why should the Klingons want to poison the people of the Sherman's world?
Because it's a Federation plan enacted by like the Federation, and so if their plan fails and actually poisons the planet, then the Klingons would be able to take over and surreptitiously say, "Well, the Federation obviously cannot help you. They've poisoned you."
Okay, I see that. It was kind of deceit.
It's like, if you guys can't, afford to eat here, then maybe it would be logical for you all to leave. In fact, we'll show you the door.
Is it a strategic port as well as an hub, Sherman's planet? I think so. Within 1 parsec, as Chekhov says, close enough to smell them.
Close enough to smell them.
But odor doesn't travel through the vacuum of space.
I was making a little joke, Mr. Spock. My God, my Chekhov sounds like Scott. It sucks.
Yes, you do need to work on your Chekhov. That's.
Can you do a Chekhov? Get off my back. Come on. No, but Tony, you're so good at the voices. Can you do a Chekhov?
Extremely
so
little.
Close you can smell them.
We'll both work. We'll both work.
Oops. Okay, what am I doing? I'm
approaching
trying to...
Deep Space Station K7.
Oh no, I'm trying to get the captain's log into the private chat. Tony, could you read for me the first captain's log here?
Captain's log, stardate 4523.3. Deep Space Station K7 has issued a priority 1 call. More than one emergency. It signals near total disaster. We can only assume that the Klingons have attacked the station, and we're going in armed for battle.
Yes, because the station has called out that alert, and the priority 1 code indicates that there's some kind of battle going on, but nothing's happening. Everything's
disaster
peaceful.
Code, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a disaster code.
Like, this is the kind of thing that the observation posts along the neutral zone, Romulan neutral zone, would have been.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And and of course we noticed that Sulu is missing from this episode. He's still off shooting from the Green Berets. It feels like he's been shooting that movie forever. But
don't blame George Takei. We took a couple of weeks off.
Don't blame George Takei.
It's probably my fault that it feels like it's been a long time that he's been shooting.
It was a good boost for his career, so I don't blame him for taking the role.
Oh yeah, definitely. No, me neither. I've never seen.
I remember during the when I met him I met him 2 or 3 times at conventions. There was supposed to be a remake of Bridge on the River Kwai that he was trying to get a role in, and unfortunately, that never came to fruition.
Yeah. It is unfortunate that he never got the role, but like remaking Bridge on the River Kwai, unless it was a TV movie.
Oh. I don't know if it was made. I think it was supposed to be theatrical. He didn't go into that much detail.
Fair enough.
But it would have been nice to see him as a bad Japanese soldier.
I think he's done it though. I think he was in the again a 2-part television event in around 1990. I want to say he was in the TV movie Hiroshima with Judd Nelson. I think I could be very wrong. My Wi-Fi is limited, so I can't open multiple windows. But someone prove me wrong. Tell me I'm an idiot in the chat. I thrive on it.
All right. We'll see. We'll see what happens. So Kirk is completely annoyed because it seems like Nils Barris has abused the Code 1 emergency since there's no immediate battle occurring. And he's in charge of the agricultural affairs with Darvin as his assistant. And of course, we already know who Darvin is, but we have to wait the whole episode to find out.
He's Barry Waddle. And I feel bad for Mr. Lurie, the actual commander of this space station, just caught in the middle trying to make operations work. He's great. I enjoy his even-handed. He's kind of like the guy who's in charge of the mining operation in Devil in the Dark. He's like, I don't know what to do, but we got to do something, Kirk.
Yeah. So he has to be the man of action there.
Captain Kirk, friend Kirk.
Barris wants the Quadrotriticale protected because it's the only Earth grain that'll grow on Sherman's planet. So I assume Sherman is colonized by humans who want some Earth.
Oh no, Sherman is a Klingon name. Sherman from the House of Gerald.
I guess Kirk doesn't need to know too
the
much.
Sherman Klingon vehicles from 1942, you know.
Tanks?
The tanks?
Yeah.
Tony, you're supposed to say you're welcome.
Yeah, most welcome.
Also in the scene, we get the great Whit Bissell, who started in the time tunnel, among other things.
Oh,
is that Mr. Lurie?
Who is he?
He was starting Whit Bissell, he's the guy in him.
Him?
That's right. He started. He started in the Irwin Allen's The Time Tunnel.
Oh my stars!
Wow. Oh,
I
that's
didn't
cool.
notice him in orange.
And I want to say hello to Yama's Queen Jess, Mr. Brown Alliance.
Ahoy all.
Gil just entered too. Hail Cardinalson.
Yes, hello to Cardinal Sin. Great to see you. And Matt G also. Hey. Also the
Lemon,
AI
Gorilla.
show. Lemon Pie and Gorilla's Random Thoughts too.
Hello, everybody.
Also Nemesis of Eden joined the chat also.
Hail
Nemesis.
Nemesis.
And Matt G.
Matt G. So, right. William Joseph Schallert plays Schallert plays Niels Barris, and he comes back to Star Trek Deep Space Nine Sanctuary. There you go. See where where I was in the chat here. Go ahead.
One of the things that I really enjoy about this
no.
is, and it's sort of a precursor to Deep Space Nine, is that in operations, I'm assuming that Mr. Lurie's office is operations. Got a transporter pad, like has everything. It's got the control desk. I really enjoy it. It's got a viewport to the orbiting vessels. It's kind of cool. I like the set design. I like his office. Yes, I would love this corner office. Tony is what I'm saying. This would be a great space station.
I want the view of the ships in orbit, or else I don't feel like I'm CEO enough.
We are quite safe here.
Yeah, he has a great setup.
Band.
I was thinking about that in the original series with the special effects. Wasn't the ship docked, and in here it's orbiting?
From what I understand, no. It was in the background. They did update it, but I don't think it was docked.
Gotcha.
Well, let's see.
Let's take a look.
It's for the ship to dock if they could just beam aboard.
Well, but all those things, all those pods on the outside, I don't think that they're docking. I think that they rely on the transporter.
Yeah.
This is the visual effects comparison between the original and the remaster by the Trekkie channel posted this.
They seem qualified?
Yes.
This video compares. I'm not going to read the whole thing. No one cares.
Yeah. Yeah, on the left side is the original, and the right side is the new one. Oh no, is it not going to be quick enough?
It is loading.
Oh, it's not loading fast enough. Well, we'll come back to it. Oh, there it is.
There we are.
Oh, crud. I don't want sound. But of course there's the ship.
Go about halfway, I guess. Or do you have to wait for the buffering line to
Yeah, I have to wait for the buffering. Let me just look for the interesting parts.
Understood.
Let's see, why is this one highlighted? I don't even know.
Well, they do, when they do the special effects comparisons, it is transitionary as well, just to give a little bit of context.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah. So it's still orbiting.
Yeah, they're still in orbit. There you go.
Yes.
The AI show says buffering is suffering. Don't you know it?
Hey, in the background are Jadzia and Ben.
Yeah, definitely.
Sorry, it's one of my favorite things watching the revisitation from Trials and Tribulations. And so I do, and I'm sure that it exists on the internet somewhere. I want this, like both plots, edited together. I'm looking at you, Ben, from Cinema Gulp.
Oh, yeah, Ben. Yeah, but he could do it.
What?
He's a perfect man for that job.
Mm-hmm.
And so Uhura finally gets shore leave. So she's going shopping.
She's going shopping. And we talked... Oh, sorry. Yamas Queen Jess says.
Yeah, Yamas Queen just says even Vulcans are not immune to the purring effects. And Mark Harkness says, as Tribbles have no teeth, but ate a chicken sandwich, they likely have a very corrosive digestive enzyme. Not very tasty.
Good point.
Yeah, fantastic. Potential observation there. That's
Mhm.
probably true.
And Yamas
I
Queen
like
Jess,
that.
I would like to say, if you could go back to her comment about the Vulcans not, even Vulcans are not immune to the purring effects. But Spock did say that he was happy to be immune, which goes to show that if a Vulcan has ever told you that they can't lie, well, they're liars.
But that was the whole joke of that scene. Is
That was the joke, but if you add the logical consistency of the entire series of Star Trek, are Vulcans capable of lying? Answer, yes. And you can throw half human in my face, which is
well,
accurate.
I feel like when he says that Vulcans don't lie, it was specifically for a reason to get an enemy to be,
Cooperative.
to cooperate. That's why I think he said that.
But it's an adage that shows up in Enterprise as well. And I thought that's where the quote came from. Maybe it was in Deep Space Nine, but it was like, if anybody told you that a Vulcan doesn't lie, who was it? Was it a Vulcan? Vulcan.
Well, I remember when Spock said Vulcans never bluff.
Yes, that's
He
where
is-
it originates.
Mhm.
He has said that he's incapable of lying.
And
Retro-
Solid called him on it,
well,
Star Trek
we
2.
have a lie detector test, and that too was determined to be a lie.
Yeah, but pulse is an autonomic. You can control your body with your mind. The mind controls the body, so you don't have to heighten your breathing or your pulse. You can control yourself. Doesn't Spock eventually, doesn't he shut down his entire body to simulate death at some point? I thought he
I think
did.
I think you're thinking of the Vulcan death pinch where he
The death grip, yeah.
death grip maybe.
Maybe I'm all over the place. I apologize.
Well, no, that's totally fine. The AI
And
show says, "Oh, go ahead."
No, go ahead. Mark Harkness has a good reference in the chat, which we'll catch up to.
Well, yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to read some of the chat. The AI show says, Star Trek always had a
Modest.
A Mo Fest.
Oh, a modest, thank you, because Fest amount of space for humor and slight comedy. That's forgotten about Star Trek. Yeah, that's true.
Agreed.
Star Trek is amazing at dry humor, which is some of my favorite kind of humor. And Mr. Brown Lions, hello. And Franco Walker says he needs some food. So, yeah, go get some food. Canadian Spider-Man says I went to buy coffee and came home with 7% cider. Nice.
Tastes a lot better.
Yeah, since you mentioned this episode aired in December, I was born in December. Me too, Retro Scotty. That's a great month to be born in.
Fellow Capricorns.
Well, I'm a Sagittarius.
Never mind.
He might be Capricorn. I don't know. And I can't have a drink tonight until after work, says Tony.
And then I'll probably be putting on a show, singing and doing voices for an hour or two, maybe more.
And so Ari Bavel being that's awesome, Tony. Can't wait. Ari Bavel gives us a population equation here. And of course it is a exponential one. And so it's a population growth rate. I'm pretty sure that has to be what that is. That's great. And the AI show says, Jill, you now have to pay a royalty to Bob Barker after saying that. Well, I'll wait until he asks for it. Gorilla's Random Thought says, hey, lurking, but Drew Carey was on an improv show. Whose line is it anyway? Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly. Which is why he should be great at Price is Right. It's weird. Lemon Pie says, I didn't know rabbits destroyed Australia. Me neither.
A lot of things destroyed Australia, to be fair.
Wes Cagle says, you may not be able to buy love any other way, but you can always rent it for the evening. Big Daddy MRI says Scotty started the brawl when the Klingon insulted the Enterprise, not when the Klingon insulted Captain Kirk. That scene is hilarious. See, I love
What'd
that
you
one.
say about my baby?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
He holds Chekhov back. Until then. Mark Harkness says animal rights groups were in an uproar that the makers of Star Trek had these poor creatures sitting in cramped conditions on a hot soundstage. Oh my god, that's so funny. But that just shows just how awesome the special effects were for the time, that people thought that these creatures were real.
Tribble lives matter.
And yeah, they do.
Well,
They
even
matter
the
to me.
smallest of creature in the galaxy deserves the empathy.
They make me happy, and so they're infinitely valuable.
That's right. They
How
return
many
love.
how many Klingons constitute a swarm?
At
12.
least 3 D7s. What?
Nothing, you're good.
Canadian Spider-Man says, I think we all answered at the same time. I've been over the bridge on the River Kwai. There is a train that goes across. The hostel on the bank close by has huts right on the river in Thailand.
That is very cool. So in other words, they rebuilt the bridge because the whole plot of the real life event and the movie was them destroying the bridge.
The merchant.
This episode could also have been called Deep Space Wine, says the AI show.
Are you talking about that meows that they do?
Oh no. He doesn't like you, Mr. Darwin. I wonder
He
why.
doesn't like you. They make really good Klingon detectors.
Mm-hmm.
Did they sing songs about the great Klingon or the great Tribble genocide?
The Tribble hunt. The Klingon
Really a
Tribble
genocide,
hunt.
though.
Yeah, well, Mark Harkness says Spock told the female Romulan commander that Vulcans are incapable of lying.
Mm-hmm. So he's a liar.
Wes Cagle says everything I say is a lie. Well, yeah, he lied to the enemy. Exactly. That's what makes sense. It makes total sense that he would do that.
But
everything I say is
oh god. So they can lie. So Vulcans
but
can lie.
Yes, of course they can lie. He's lying in order to trick the enemy. So there was a duty, there was a purpose, and there was a duty in it. He wasn't trying to claim that Vulcans don't lie. He was doing it for reasons that were in line with
Clandestine.
Yeah, exactly.
He misrepresented. He didn't lie. He misrepresented.
Well, the mission called for it.
Does the mind control the body, or does the body control the mind? I don't know, says Cardinal Sin.
Well, in Operation Annihilate, pain is of the body and the mind controls the body, is what Spock says. So he asserts that he can control the pain because his mind is more powerful than the pain exerted by his body.
Oh yeah, and Euler Greg backs me up here. Spock made the non-lying statement while speaking to an enemy.
Nope, don't buy it.
I'm on the Sage Cap cusp. Anti-derivative Joe.
Sagittarius Capricorn cusp.
Cool. Sagittarius as well. Since I'm at work, I have to head out. Live long and prosper, everyone. Okay, Retro Scotty, if you ever want to be on the show, just let me know. It'd be cool to hang out.
Take care, Retro Scotty.
Cheers, Scotty.
The AI show says, I can't say, my mind forbids me from answering. Oh, and it's Franco Walker's birthday tomorrow. So happy birthday,
Franco. Very cool.
Cheers. Happy birthday, Eve.
He'll be 56.
I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe that Franco Walker ages.
Mega Croppers here. Captain Trek has totally depressed me. I nearly unsubbed. I'm sorry I read that. I'm so sorry that Captain's not feeling so great.
Yeah, I used to be a sub on his channel. It's kind of a bummer sometimes.
His
So I unsubbed as well.
oh,
I don't know who that is.
unfortunate. His name is now Captain Fandom Nerd, and I should
Oh,
take that
no.
off of my. Yeah.
I wish him the best, but
I wish him the best too. I hope he's okay. Oh my goodness. Dalek451 says, I've always loved rabbits.
Yeah, we're Cinnabon
Here-
Bunny for this episode.
Right, and here we have our space rabbits. Oh, and Darius Munchausen is here. Hello.
Hello,
Scotty?
Darius.
Scotty can take
to
an
see you.
insult to Captain Kirk, but not the Enterprise.
That's right.
But that's also why Scotty and Kirk are peers, is that they both love the Enterprise.
And the AI show, yeah, exactly. The AI
Like
show
he does,
says-
he gets mad. Sorry, he gets mad because it's an insult that Kirk would be able to take an insult about Kirk, but Kirk himself would not be able to take an insult about the Enterprise. And so, not only was he defending the Enterprise, but also in a way, Kirk.
Exactly.
He's standing
because
up for
they
the
both
captain's
love
ideals,
The
kinda
ship
thing.
more than anything. So much so that spores that infest everybody else's mind don't bother him.
Well, he just wasn't in
that
the
strong.
episode. Come on, are we dredging that up?
I will always. That's one of my favorites. So yeah, AI show
Right.
says if these were rabbits instead of tribbles, I'd call this episode Starship Down, as a reference to Watership Down. I am glad that the tribbles do not fight each other.
No,
But a lot of them
they-
die.
Well, I think it's just the unfortunate reality of a species of this kind is the reason why they populate so rapidly is because they have been introduced to environments where they die just as rapidly.
Right, and that is actually it's unfortunate,
Mhm.
but it ends up saving a human life, and as a result, because then the grain never makes it to the planet since they find out it's poison before it gets there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's purring.
They do purr.
They do. And so Uhura is instantly enraptured by it. And of course, Cyrano Jones gives it to her, hoping that she will incite some excitement among the crew to sell more Tribbles.
Good
It's
for
like when you
business.
go to a carnival and someone wins a prize. You give them the biggest prize so you know you can win. Come back and play our carnival games.
Exactly. Tribbles have no teeth, so they're obviously harmless because of that. No, they're okay. So just like David Gerald intended, these are an invasive species, and right now they're infesting. They're going to infest the Enterprise and the space station. Not before Cyrano Jones makes a little money.
Well, now that you mention money,
Credits. This might be the first episode we get to hear about credits? Is that right?
well, in
Not sure.
Doomsday Machine, you've earned your pay for the week.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think Mr. DeSalle says, I'll bet you like donuts to credits or something like that.
Oh, okay. So credits
Dollar.
was mentioned before. Thank you so
And
much.
play on the dollars to donuts.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so then
Hey,
this
Tim.
is the second time we get to hear credits. And and hello to Phantom Boomer and Tim's Talk. So great to hear from you guys.
Ahoy.
Good to see everybody in the chat.
Really sad. Really happy.
Yeah, definitely.
Tribbles with Tuesdays or Tuesdays with Tribbles. Strike that. Reverse.
There's your
Hello,
there's your Admiral.
Fitzpatrick. Admiral Fitzpatrick, I think.
Mhm.
Jill, this is the scene. Would you like me to share the blooper?
Yes, please.
I love this blooper.
Okay. So this is a short blooper, and it's interspersed with a blooper from another episode. But you guys will kind of get the idea. So Let me pull up the file. Bear with me, please.
On your left. Credits to Croissant. You know, you can use words, my friend. Don't let that wilt in the chat. Come on, use your voice, baritone that. It's awesome. Or don't take stage direction.
I am my own actor.
Brilliant.
Cardinal Sin says Scotty and Kirk's love for the Enterprise is proof that the Enterprise is a character in Star Trek.
True.
She is a lady. She's a beautiful lady, and we love her.
She's a lady. Oh, she's a lady. Talking about. The AI show says, I'd rather have Tribbles over Gremlins anyway. Agreed.
Me too. And definitely over Furbies.
Oh, Furby.
Or Tamagotchis. What about exocomps? I'd take an exocomp over a Tribble.
Yeah, I love exocomps the most. You knew that was my weakness.
Okay.
Yeah? What?
No. I don't want to discuss your love of exocomps right now.
Well,
we'll get to that when we talk about Next Generation.
Well, and I guess we just have to talk about that episode.
I have the blooper queued up for when you're ready.
Oh yeah, I'm ready anytime. Whenever. Oh, there it is.
Is it showing?
Very good.
Let them pass.
George.
And Captain, you're in good hands with Tribbles. So that bacon is really bad. No kidding. It just stays with you the whole day.
Sorry, it's very brief, but it was nice.
That's
great. Tosses a Tribble at him.
You're in good hands with Tribbles.
Right. And this stream is not sponsored by Allstate.
No.
Because that joke is because he was the Allstate spokesman in the 60s.
Well, and I'm curious, and maybe either someone in the chat or on the panel, someone knows. It sounds like that Admiral is the guy who does the voice in 2001.
11th of July, 2023.
We are at the top of the hour, and you're still listening.
Oh, yeah, in 2001?
The Space Odyssey, yes.
You mean the voice of Hal?
No, not the voice of Hal. It's like like a space control. It's like you.
Oh, okay.
There's some, maybe the reporter, but there's something. That voice sounded so singular, and I didn't have a chance. Guys, if you think my lack of research is apparent this week, it's because I wrote a script. So we'll get to why I am absolutely in the dark right now. But I think he is a cast member in 2001: A Space Odyssey, arguably one of the greatest science fiction films of all time.
This guy? Really?
Yeah. Fitzpatrick, I think his name is.
Yeah, it's Admiral Fitzpatrick. I'm looking at him now. I don't see any reference to 2001.
His name is Ed Ramers.
Yes,
Ed Ramers.
Edwin Ramers. Passed away in 2009.
Oh, okay.
My mistake. It just sounded very, very familiar, and I was like, "Is that the voice of like somebody over a computer? Not somebody's face you would see, but somebody's voice in 2001." So I am incorrect. Admonish me. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay, but it was a nice idea. I do like thinking about that movie anyway. But I'm glad that we got confirmation that he was not in that movie.
Great.
You are hereby admonished.
I accept it. Gladly.
Okay, so further in the 365 book, it has a quote. I want to know who put the Tribbles in the Quadrotriticale and what was in the grain that killed them. What a piece of work are Tribbles. Oh, yeah, the vents. Mm-hmm.
So I answered it.
Those small purring marvels wrapped in a fur coat. The only love money can buy, according to space merchant Cyrano Jones, although he admittedly has a stake in selling the sweet little creatures. A more precise definition than that would depend entirely on who you ask. They remind Spock of the lilies of the field. They toil not, nor do they spin. He sees no practical use for them, although he allows their pleasant trilling. He allows that their pleasant trilling seem to have a tranquilizing effect on the human nervous system. Dr. McCoy completes a medical analysis of one and declares that the little balls of fluff are bisexual, able to reproduce at will, and in fact, they appear to be born pregnant. After one tribble quickly becomes 1,771,561 tribbles, McCoy figures out that if you stop feeding them, they stop breeding. Now he tells them. Consistently voted Star Trek's most popular offering, The Trouble with Tribbles wasn't all that popular with late Robert Justman, co-producer of Star Trek. Like the Tribbles themselves, Justman felt the premise was just too cute and that the cast performances skated dangerously close to parody. Justman admitted that he was, however, a minority of one.
Yeah, I have a reference for that from this book, if I may.
Yes, please.
This is from Inside Star Trek by Herb Solow and Bob Justman.
All right.
And
I really like Bob Justman. Go for it.
yes,
I'm a fan of Herb Solo.
I really like Bob Justman.
David Gerald had written an unsolicited script which he called A Fuzzy Thing Happened, which Fontana found much right with the script. Bob Justman found much wrong. Bob Justman quotes saying, "Although the concept was amusing, the story was just too cute. I feared that with the script calling for Shatner and company to milk everything for laughs, it would lead to a loss of believability. Kirk, Spock, and the others were real people, and real people just do not behave that way. Our finely drawn characters should never parody themselves." Even after Gerald made some staff-demanded revisions, the script was still found lacking, so it underwent an extensive rewrite by Gene Coon. It was retitled and filmed as The Trouble with Tribbles, and it became one of the most popular of all the Star Trek episodes. So popular it was that Gerald made a secondary career as a result of this one script, writing the books The World of Star Trek and Star Trek's Trouble with Tribbles, and guesting at Star Trek and science fiction conventions. Despite its popularity, Justman, admittedly a minority of one, felt that the episode, while well made, was too farcical to be believable. The actual source for the idea for Tribbles had been laid at the feet of famed science fiction writer Robert Heinlein. Belatedly recognizing the similarity between it and the Martian Black Cat story in Heinlein's The Rolling Stones, Roddenberry had a problem. A lot of money had been invested in an episode with a clouded provenance. Broadcasting it could result in a lawsuit. On the other hand, not broadcasting it would result in Desilu eating $187,500. A phone call to a very understanding Robert Heinlein cleared up the problem. Heinlein reasoned that since the episode had not yet been broadcast, a simple mea culpa from Roddenberry was sufficient to remedy the problem. There we go. Thank you.
I'm so glad that worked out.
Everybody's entitled to an opinion.
I don't think if it would have been,
I think I'm going to keep that one around.
You should.
Yeah, I don't think Harlan Ellison would have been as reasoning or reasonable. So it's a good thing it was Heinlein and not Ellison.
Yeah, I would have been even. I'm so glad that it worked out and that Gene fessed up to it and that it didn't turn into a plagiarism kind of thing. And so that is good. I would have been even more impressed if he would have gotten a story by credit.
Or from an idea by or something. Yeah, it would have been nice.
Isn't that a little bit like City on the Edge of Forever is in season 1, yes?
2?
I thought it was in season 1.
Yeah, season 1. It's at the end of season 1. It's 27 in the production code order.
Right, okay. And so there is a certain level of Gene did want science fiction writers to be a part of his science fiction show, so that it just wasn't. He didn't want Wagon Train to the Stars. He did to sell it to the studio, but he also wanted intelligent science fiction stories to complement that action or the daring do of the series regulars. But by the time you get to season 2 and Trouble with Tribbles, like if I'm pretty sure Heinlein was a Star Trek fan, so he would have been like, "Oh yeah, no, it's cool. Can I Can I just see more of these, please?
Yeah, I have a feeling he probably enjoyed it because I know Arthur C. Clarke enjoyed it.
That's a
Right.
good point. I would love to know more if Robert Heinlein was a fan. That would be so cool.
And also, the only reason why I can see them not giving him a credit is because that would be more pay for him, and the studio probably wouldn't want to pay more
That's
than
true.
what they did.
Does it?
And I blame Lucille Ball.
Did your book say whether he got any kind of money from
Cash? Daenerys?
Well, it said mea culpa, so it's leaving. It says a simple mea culpa from Roddenberry was
okay.
sufficient to remedy the problem.
All
So
right.
I'm sure some cash exchanged hands. It was probably under the table.
Well, and we
Gotcha.
also
Cool.
we talk about the sort of the science fiction contemporaries, like Isaac Asimov and Gene Roddenberry were like mistaken for one another for years, or at least one.
I thought he was mistaken for
L. Ron Hubbard?
other. No, not L. Ron Hubbard. The
Battlefield
other
Earth.
author who wrote those. You used to do live streams of the stories. Pop culture curator. Who am I thinking
Ray
of?
Bradbury.
Ray Bradbury, yeah.
Could
Ray
be.
Bradbury would go around saying, "I'm Gene Roddenberry" to trick people.
No resemblance.
You know what? I'm
that's
going to try
funny.
that. I'm going to try that now. I'm going to start walking around malls being like, I'm Gene Roddenberry.
It doesn't work when he's a dead Scotty.
No, Gene Roddenberry Jr. Rod Roddenberry? I could be Gene Roddenberry. I'm a little too thin.
Yeah, besides nobody knows what Rod Roddenberry looks like.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Rod Roddenberry. Yeah, I saw him at the 50th Star Trek convention. He's like a tree trunk.
He's like a linebacker. Yeah, but if I walk into a Hot Topic in Ontario, Canada, I could be like, "Hello, I'm Rod Roddenberry." They won't know.
I guess. But Bob
Give me
Justin
this
says he
spacer,
was
sorry.
Those kinds of hijinks doesn't work in today's world, Scott.
No, you don't get away for it for long, but you do get away for it for a bit.
But Bob Justman says that he was alone in not liking this episode, but that's not entirely true. Also, Samuel Peoples and even Gene Roddenberry. However, Gene Roddenberry ended up changing his mind later, as he picked it as one of his top 10 episodes for the franchise's 25th anniversary.
The Earthers.
I love Earthers. Earthers is my favorite slur.
I think it's so great to see William Campbell back.
Well, and
This
originally,
time,
wasn't
not
this supposed to
Verlaine.
be... Wasn't it originally supposed to be John Colicos as core? And then scheduling prevented that. Like, every time there was a big Klingon, it even goes into season 3 with Kang. And it's like, it was supposed to be John Colicos, but they couldn't get John Colicos again.
What about this guy here? Did he ever show up in DS9?
No, he was in Next Generation. He was Karnas on Too Short a Season, I think. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I'll get
you're
the
right.
episode wrong.
No, you're right. It's too short a season, that episode where that guy is old and he becomes young.
Mark Jameson.
Mm-hmm. But William Campbell plays Koloth, and he does show back up in Deep Space Nine 25 years later in Blood Oath.
Looking nothing
Playing
like the
this. Sorry.
Wait, who's Charlie Brill? I have a note on him.
Charlie
Be
Brill
familiar
is
with him?
Arn Darvin and also Barry Waddle
Oh.
from both this episode and
my goodness.
Trials and Tribulations. I'm not 100% sure on his appearances in other sort of episodic television. I'm
Oh yeah,
assuming
he is.
was
He's
never...
he's Darvin. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
Mhm.
Makes sense. And Charlie Brill comes back for the Trials and Tribulations. That's so cool.
with a Kirk's head in one hand and a Tribble in the other.
And the Klingons are using the authority from the Organians to get some shore leave for themselves. That is a little strange that a godlike entity is exercising some power over the Federation.
We do own half this planet after all.
That's so weird as a concept. It's just like we discovered it at the same time. Like, wouldn't have this would have been helpful with Julie Newmar. Apparently, they both found it.
I saw it first. Dibs on this
Technical
plan.
journal.
Yeah, no, I love that Scotty's reading his technical journal instead of shore leave
Right.
Mhm.
because I had an incident like that when I was a kid. Lots of incidents like that when I was a kid because I used to. They would give us free time. We could hang out. We could play games or whatever. But I didn't really feel like doing that, and so I was reading a book, and so one of my bullies was like, "I don't like you, Jill, but I want you to have some fun," and she invited me to do whatever she was doing with her friends, and I don't even remember what they were doing, something dumb, and
Homemade
so
haircuts.
I don't know exactly what they were doing, but I appreciated the gesture though. It was weird that she was being nice to me, but all I wanted to do was go back to reading my book about the history of currency.
History of
And
which?
currency, money.
You were an
How
economics major in your 4th
No,
grade?
I was in I don't know, I was in 5th grade. I was just reading a book. It was
That was
just
close,
it was
though.
just
Price is Right
a picture
rules.
history book. It
That,
Of
had words
that
and
economics.
stuff
reminds
to
me
read.
when I was in elementary school, whenever we had testing, I would always complete the test early, and there would be like 15 minutes left on the clock. And you ask the teacher, "What do you do if you're done early?" Well, just wait or put your head down on the desk. And I never was into that, so I would read a dictionary.
Yeah, I didn't like putting my head down on the desk either. I gotta do something. A
No, and I love the
dictionary.
dictionary. I'd grab a dictionary. Can I read a dictionary? And she'd be like, well, okay, whatever.
That's pretty cool.
I was very
But
unruly, so I didn't start elementary school until I was 13 years old.
but my favorite was typing class because when you finish early in typing class, you can play Doom.
Yeah!
Oh, so you did typing on a computer, is that right? And I'm guessing not a mechanical typewriter, is that right, Jill?
That's right. They
All
had
right.
the electric typewriters when I was in the 4th grade, but I didn't start typing at that time.
Yeah,
Well,
I
and
learned on an
also,
actual mechanical typewriter. It was not even an electric. It was actually click click.
Here's
well,
the
in pop
number.
culture, it's so weird. I had the electronic ones, and they used to put they would use black nail polish because all of our typewriters were black. They would black out the letters so that you had to learn without.
Yes.
That was crazy, dude.
Well, it was the same thing when I taught later on keyboarding to the elementary kids. When I introduced it, I built like a little shape like a U to cover their hands so they couldn't see their hands on the keyboards,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah,
that
I heard
helped
of
a
that.
lot. Yeah, that would break them also of staring down at their hands, and it really helped improve their skills.
Yeah, my keys were blocked out too. So you had to learn the QWERTY keyboard. There was no
Well,
choice.
and now I've gone to a modern high school, and they teach you to enunciate when using voice to text.
Oh, that's cool.
Fortunately,
Well,
of course, I am immune to its effect.
They're purring.
I'm wondering if they added more sound effects for this remaster. Because the Tribbles seem to be a lot more vocal than what I remember, but I could be wrong.
It could be the sound remaster because they do go from stereo or mono to 5.1 on the high definition.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think that they added anything.
Wherever that
I don't
is.
think they did.
I
What,
don't know, but I do love that they care so much about these Tribbles that none of them want to hurt them, even though they become trouble.
Well, if you had a semi, well, I would say it's sentient, not sapient. If you had a sentient ball of fluff that responded
like a
to
hamster.
emotions, it's like kittens. They're kittens. They're freaking kittens.
No, I don't think they're
Exactly.
smart as kittens. I don't think they're smart. No, they're not kitten level.
They're like kittens.
No.
In terms of
these are like
the emotional.
miniature fuzzball pandas. They don't do anything. They're goody goody two shoes. They don't do anything except asexually reproduce. That's it. They don't do anything.
One became 11 quite quickly.
Cats do stuff.
Well, that's right. Cats are both predator and prey. A Tribble is not quite a predator.
Not even. No teeth, no
No,
claws.
they are definitely a prey animal.
Who? Cats?
Tribbles.
No, Tribbles.
You think Tribbles are predators?
No, prey.
No, I was saying the differences
Oh, for sure.
between cats and Tribbles. Cats are both prey and predator.
Like, I'm just saying, the only agreement that I have with you, Tony, is that you don't walk a cat. There's no leash, and you don't walk a Tribble. You just throw it.
It's true. You don't walk a Tribble, and they both like to eat.
Yeah, but you don't throw cats. Come on, chill.
Well, also, if you stop feeding a Tribble, I mean, won't it die?
What
They
happens
do,
if you?
They do die
you
whenever they don't eat.
Wait, guys, what if you swallow a Tribble? Does it eat you from the inside like a xenomorph?
Well, I think your stomach acid will take care of it pretty quick.
I would hope so.
Or the
That's why they're
Tribble
furry.
stomach acid takes care of you, because as Wes Cagle says, that's probably how they consume things.
They
Either way,
sitting
Depends.
in a plate where a
But
chicken sandwich used to be.
But what sick mind would ever think to swallow a Tribble whole anyway? And don't answer.
John Benjamin,
Snakes, not people.
the voice of Archer.
Anyway, I know, and I feel like that's what you were leading up to, Scotty. So I just want to get it out of the way right here, right now. Those are not the real Tribbles, and nobody's going to be eating Tribbles. It's just the worst thing. It's like Tony said, it would be like eating kittens.
I would like to say that anything happens post, like, do you allow for the Tribbles being in Star Trek 3, The Search for Spock? Do you allow for that? Are you okay with it?
It's such in the background that, yes, they don't make a big deal out of it. They're not shoving it in your face. They're not like, hey, here's a Tribble. No, it's just there. You only notice it if you're really paying attention. So, yes, I'm totally fine with it.
I think I respond to Tribbles the same way that the Klingons do. Now that I've learned in an evolved society that the Klingons and the Federation have developed sort of amicable peace treaties, like, the Tribbles are an ecological menace, and the Klingons are right throughout this episode. So the destruction of the Tribbles, I'm okay with. And so when you do eventually get
they are an
Star
invasive
Trek 3,
species.
They're invasive. They're like bunnies in Australia.
Exactly. That's what they are. So the Klingons do have a point.
They do.
I'll give you that.
They sing songs.
But I still love them. Anyway.
But after that, if you see the short treks with H. John Benjamin, discard it. If you see the reference to the Predator Tribble from Picard Season 3, throw that out. Like, anytime there is a new like there's Tribbles in
they retcon it anyway, so none of it's real.
None of it's real. So I'm just saying there are only 3 representations of Tribbles. And thank heavens the animated series found a giant thing with teeth to eat it from beneath its forelegs.
Oh, right. Those things are fun.
Well, fun?
The Glommer.
The Glommer,
The Glommer. Thank you, Pop Culture.
The Glommer.
Didn't the Klingons come up with it? Genetically engineered them as a predator?
I don't know. I don't like Klingons.
But they have natural predators on their home planet, but when they're displaced from their home planet, that's where they grow in population too quickly. But thank you for remembering Glommer. I completely. So the Tribbles are starting to multiply, and he is not happy.
Get it away from me.
Get it away from me.
And I love this because this is heavily influenced because at the time Westerns were very popular, so we had to have our saloon fight.
Oh, that's what this is?
Oh yes, you had to have the saloon fight.
Hang on a second. I'll be back in a flash. Please
And this
explain
is
the build-up.
Of course. Well, throughout this episode, we ramp up Chekhov's claims for the Russian people for different things, like an astronomer who was really British, not Russian, and Scotch was invented by a little old lady from Leningrad. And the Earthers.
The Earthers again.
like
Yeah,
those fuzzy
shouldn't the
things.
Tribbles be going crazy right about there when he's standing next to them at the counter?
Yeah, they should be like
They
swarming
should be.
back
They
forth
should
with,
be
barking.
shaking and going
Squealing.
like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They remind me of Regulan bloodworms. Oh, Earthers remind him of Regulan bloodworms, except for Kirk.
Isn't he a Danubian slime devil?
He is. And a tin-plated dictator with
Delusions
delusion.
of godhood. To be fair,
Everybody's entitled to an opinion.
to be
Tony,
fair,
what are you saying?
I said to be fair, Kirk has defeated many gods.
True.
And so this is riling up Chekhov. He wants to fight. He's ready to go, but Scotty tells him to back off.
No.
We are
We're big enough to take a few insults.
and so it's not
Forget
worth
it.
fighting for
Yeah.
until he starts talking about the Enterprise.
That sagging old rust buckets is designed like a garbage scow.
And at that moment, he realized he fucked up.
Laddie, don't you think you should rephrase that?
You're right.
I meant to say that it should be hauled away as garbage.
Which gets us into the best fight scene in the history of Star Trek, I think.
It's quite
Jill.
good. Absolutely.
So this is a composition that I have titled "Trouble with Tribbles Bar Fight."
And also, James Doohan
Yes.
decided he wanted to do all of his stunts for the scene, so his stunt double only did a few things during this fight.
And it shows, and I give him credit for that. And it looks great.
So please correct me. Hauled away as garbage. Scotty with a right, Klingon down. Scotty with a backhand. Another Klingon down. Chekhov leaps over a table, tackling a tall, bald Klingon. Kurt's stunt double launches with a midsection takedown. They crumble over a table and get up. A Klingon whiffs a haymaker. Stunt double lands a two-fisted gut slam. Oh no! A sucker punch from the bald Klingon takes down stunt double. Chekhov is down. The bar is erupted. The bartender flees. Meanwhile, Cyrano Jones purloins the drink synthesizer. Chekhov is back in the fight. Right cross. Flurry to the solar plexus. Reversal. Bald Klingon catches Chekhov's swing. Throws him over the table. The action is chaos. The fisticuffs legendary. Scotty launches in, grapples the Klingon, and oh no, bested. Stunt double is flipping two Klingons at the same time. Scotty and stunt double are cooking Klingons all the way to Stovo Core. Crosses, backhands, uppercuts, cuts. A Klingon slides across the bar. Oh my God! Tackles, punches, Miles dodges a chair. Julian hurts his hand, and a security officer and security arrives by our man Leslie. Eddie Paskey, order is restored, and Cyrano Jones toasts the ceasefire.
Yes.
That was
Wow, that was amazing. I didn't even get enough. I didn't get enough of the clips. You described every bit of it. Well done.
It was a play-by-play. I do watch sports from time to time and rip it off when I can.
That was amazing. I don't watch sports, so that sounded wholly original and absolutely awesome. Thank you.
I did rip off Flurry to the solar plexus.
I like the fact that we can see the Klingon battle cruiser in the background. I don't think we got that in the original series.
True, it is really cool, man.
Yeah.
I'm curious, and maybe people in the chat know. Like, is this remaster at the same time as when they made Trials and Tribulations? And are these sort of special effects artifacts? Like, are they used in both? Deep Space Nine.
I
And
think I could be wrong, but I think Trials and Tribulations predated it because I
I think
remember.
so too.
Yeah, I remember watching behind the scenes about that episode where they had to go in and remaster everything into high definition.
I think you're right. I'm 99% sure that you're correct. I'm 100% sure. I'm pretty sure that Trials and Tribulations came before the remaster because the remaster was in the 2000s. Obviously, Deep Space Nine was in the 90s.
well,
Yeah,
I want to give
that
big
makes
credit
sense.
to the special effects.
Yeah. So
And here's the guilty.
right.
I wish Keiko was here.
Mhm.
I don't know, sir.
I don't know, sir.
New alert tone. Like I'm not making it my ringtone, but I am gonna make that whenever I get a text. I don't know, sir.
I'll be right back, guys.
This stuff is why I was giggling all morning. But and William Shatner did say that the cast had so much fun. He said the trouble we had with Tribbles was to keep your straight face. It was just a lot of fun.
This is what Star Trek is meant to be, fun.
Mhm.
And a lot of people in this day and age don't have fun with their Star Trek anymore.
Well, the thing is, some episodes were fun. Some of them were important.
Right.
Some of them made you think about some really great stuff that in science fiction that is relevant even still today. The best science fiction can carry into several
All right.
generations, which the original series does.
But I want to support what Tony's saying in that Star Trek is fun between the characters, and part of the joy from the audience is knowing the friendships between these people. And so I agree with you, T-Bone. Like I think this is great. It's fun, but it never sacrifices their jobs. It never sacrifices I'm your boss, you're in trouble. Like it's not, we're all just people, and if you don't like something, then I'll ease off. It's like, bitch, I'm the captain.
Yeah, this is the military.
Yeah. Yes. And so I do enjoy it. And when the fun is logically interjected into the protocol of the world that I've seen so far, so that these people can get their jobs done, I'm very happy.
And this scene displays that perfectly. It is fun, but it also doesn't forget the discipline at the same time.
I've always been bothered by the fact that Scotty says thank you.
You cannot change my pride in my ship, Captain.
They call the Enterprise a garbage scow.
Look how effective
I need somebody to deep fake a mustache.
This was a matter of pride.
I want a mustache.
You want a mustache on Scott?
Yeah, we get him in the movies. I want it now.
Okay. And yeah, no, he thanks him because it'll give him a chance to catch up on his technical journals. He
Right,
thanks
so it's
the captain
so much
for
for the punishment, right?
Yeah, it's not a punishment that he gets confined to his quarters.
But it's also the level of their friendship, which I appreciate.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, a couple of people who don't like each other.
No, they love each other. Are you kidding?
I love this scene.
Me too.
I love this scene.
Go for it,
This
Tony.
isn't this the scene too?
Tell me
where-
about this
where
scene.
Scott- I think it's the scene
Whenever
where
it's
Scott-
just McCoy gets to see the human element in Spock, and they have that little moment where they are in agreement and they can tolerate each other being in the same room, and it's so awesome.
And what did you have, pop culture curator?
I love the line where Spock says, "Unfortunately, I'm forced to agree with you, Doctor."
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I love that too. That comes later, but I love that. That is so fun because yeah, it is very subtle, but it is they give Spock a lot of really great one-liners in this episode.
Well, it helps to develop
If they're
Spock's sense of
attractive
humor
in
as well.
some way. Doctor, I'm well aware of human characteristics. I'm frequently inundated by them, but I've trained myself to put up with practically anything.
Spock, I don't know too much about these little tribbles yet. But there's one thing that I have discovered.
What is that, Doctor?
I like them better than I like you.
Yes! They do indeed have one redeeming characteristic.
What's that?
They do not talk too much.
What's that? They do not talk too much.
If you'll excuse me, sir. The whoopee cushion.
Yeah, that was a great way to have a great moment between Spock and McCoy and build on the lore of the Tribbles. Yeah, they've invaded the bridge.
Why are they on my
But
bridge?
I am
And that's
insanely
the
behind
mechanical
them.
one that moves that you were talking about. With,
Yep,
because
on the
Kirk
railing.
actually Kirk watches it inch along the railing.
Yeah,
But
that was so cool.
I do enjoy that he allows the Tribble to inch up his hand, and obviously he scoops it up. But like he's never malicious to the Tribbles. He wants them off his ship, but he's not angry.
Look at Spock. Even his work area is covered. You think he would keep it clean, but apparently he's squandered them as well.
For the first time in his second time in his life, he's happy.
Yeah. Okay, so yes, I do have quite a lot of chat, so I am going to come back to some of my chats at a later point, but I do want to catch up to it and see where we're at currently.
I do need to start getting ready for work here also in about 25 minutes.
Yes, and I do want to say hello to Raymond Feliciano.
Hello,
Hey,
Raymond.
yes, that is what I have in mind here. So, yeah, and also Jim's landscape. He says he's here. I'm glad you're here. He's saying hello.
Good to see you, Jim.
Yeah, great to see Jim. Phantom Boomer, awesome. So glad to see Phantom Boomer here.
Oh, LDG is here. Are you
and
clicking on
LDG? I'm not clicking right now. As I said, I
just looking
will
through?
get back to the chat, and I'm just saying hello at this moment.
I'm sorry
and
for
to
yelling.
see where we are currently. I don't mind repeating. It's okay.
Sometimes I forget you're a communications officer, and I have no
And-
leg to stand on around your parts.
And no, you're fine. Ervik Sonder, hey, hello. And so, okay. No, it's not that I'm ignoring Gorilla's random thoughts. It's that I want to be able to get through the show before Tony has to leave. So, and then I'll go back through the whole chat because I have time. So we'll get to you.
Would you be able to excuse me for a moment? I have to go ahead and have a cigarette break.
Yeah, definitely.
Is it okay?
But there was yes, that's okay. But there is a question for the panel that I wanted to read that Canadian Spider-Man had. Where is it? I saw it a second ago. Oh, panel question. Oh, but Scotty left, so this is not a good time to read that. I'll read it when he gets back in a minute. All right. So I did want to say, while Chang designed the original Tribbles, hundreds were sewn together during production using pieces of rolls of carpet. I think I read this before, though. Yeah. Well, this was from the special features on DVD, so it makes sense that some of the information is going to overlap. But the original Tribbles became sought-after collector's items, quickly disappearing from the prop department. So 500 were constructed for this episode. And the 365 book says, according to John Dreyer, set decorator for the second and third seasons of Star Trek, only a few of the Tribbles remained for the production of the classic episode, The Trouble with Tribbles. Dwyer provides a word to the wise for fans who hope to add one of these rarest of rare commodities to their personal collection. If you see one at the convention and the dealer claims it's authentic, here's a way to tell. Dwyer states, if it looks good, it's most likely a fake because these things look terrible. They're practically bald. The phony fur technology of the 1960s was not all that great. Actually, if you ever see a gray-haired lady who dyed her hair red and it was half grown out on the top, you've got the picture. And they kind of look like a rat might have chewed on them. So there you have it. If it looks really pretty, keep your cash in your pocket and walk the other way. And so that's some tips if someone tries to sell you an authentic Tribble at the convention. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm perfectly happy with the reproductions that are recently made because my Tribble it shakes and everything. So here's my Tribble. Here, I'll show you my Tribble here.
Oh, cutie.
Mm-hmm. So here it is. Here it is. Here's how it purrs. Yep.
It vibrates as it purrs.
Does it take batteries?
Yeah. Yes, this Tribble takes batteries. It takes 2 AA batteries. I was happy to see it was only 2. I was trying to get 3, and it's like, oh, it's only 2.
I want to get like 5 or 6 of them.
And too much of love, too much of anything, Lieutenant, even love, isn't necessarily a good thing.
I'll have
that's
you
an
know
important
that
thing to
there's
remember.
not enough love that Tribbles could ever give that would be too much love. I want them all.
And so I also have another toy here. I'll show it off a little bit later, but here's one of the quotes that it has.
I want these things off the ship. I don't care if it takes every man we've got. I want them off the ship.
It's pretty cool.
I was going to have a song done by today. It's a song that I'm also going to send to DC. Hopefully he'll sing it on an FNF in the future. But it's Tribbles on the Bridge to the tune of Whiskey in the Jar. It's not done. Sorry, I'm not.
Oh, that's so cool. Okay,
Yeah,
well, I hope it's something we get to hear soon.
Yeah.
But if you remove the Tribbles from the predator-filled environment into an environment where their natural multiplicative proclivities... Oh, I didn't get the whole quote. But I love that quote. Why wouldn't I? Would have no restraining factors. And so I love that explanation of the invasive species aspect of the Tribbles, as were the rabbits in Australia. And let's see what else I had here. There's a funny story from James Doohan's son, Christopher Doohan, about the Tribbles that I have to read it. In a 2016 interview, Christopher Doohan recalls, and if you see something in the show that you want to mention, just ask me to pause my I'm gonna go through the slides. But in a 2016 interview, Christopher Doohan recalls being on set during the production of this episode. He says, "My father would often bring my brother and I along with him to the set when the show was shooting," Chris recalled. "He would park us in the shuttlecraft and tell us to stay put. Of course, staying put is a difficult assignment for 7-year-old twin boys. And one day they couldn't resist leaving the confines of the shuttle and going where no child had gone before. As it happened, the day they chose coincided with the shooting of The Trouble with Tribbles, one of the series' stranger and enduringly popular episodes. Chris and his brother Montgomery crept around the set, keeping away from the active shooting, until they came across 3 tall cabinets with doors just out of reach. We were curious to know what was inside," Chris recalls. "So my brother got on my shoulders and slid the cabinet open. Instantly, more than 200 Tribbles came tumbling out, nearly burying us. Not only did it scare us, but we knew we would be in big trouble if Dad or anyone else found out. So we rushed back to the shuttle. 5 minutes later, Dad appeared and praised us for being so well behaved." And Chris, he didn't admit it to his dad until he grew up, and James Doohan was upset. It was like it had happened only yesterday.
But what was it? Wasn't it you, Pop Culture, who was like, okay, Chris Doohan is a good guy, just don't pay attention to him on Twitter?
Well, he's a very, very, very far left, hardcore liberal, and he's very hateful towards a lot of people. He lashes out a lot, which is kind of sad.
Either
Very
way,
negative,
I'm a fan of his
very
work.
negative end. Yeah, I liked him in the Star Trek those fan shows. But he just, I don't know why they have to lash out at other people constantly.
Agreed.
The chicken sandwich.
Yeah, the chicken sandwich. Well, definitely. I do think that I want to cover Star Trek Continues anyway when we're done with TOS, just for fun.
That'd be a good idea. It's a great show.
Yeah.
But as much as Vic adores Shatner, Vic is no Kirk.
Of course not. But it's done with love, and I can appreciate it.
Me too.
And now they're climbing on the walls.
I don't care if it takes every man we've got. I want them off the ship.
Oh, and they were on the bridge moments ago, and I forgot to mention my favorite lines from McCoy.
Well, the nearest thing I can figure out is that they're born pregnant.
The funnest thing to learn about them.
It seems they're bisexual, reproducing at will.
I find that scientifically inaccurate.
And they have a lot of will.
They have a lot of will.
I think they're asexual. I think that they're
I think they're asexual too. I think it's a weird phrasing to use, bisexual.
Hail Admiral Teague in
I
the
guess
chat.
that's the idea. Hermaphroditic would be bisexual in terms of having both reproductive organs.
Teague.
Well, I'm thinking what McCoy meant there is much like some amphibians on Earth, they are able to switch their dominant gene of their sex to have the opportune moment to birth their litter because they're all born with a litter.
It's asexual.
Yeah.
Amphibian.
Yeah, but the ability to switch in between both is to say bi in terms of having both sexes. So I can understand his phrase.
A baby.
Yeah.
Hello, Cam. Good to see you. I'm doing well. Thank you.
Cam.
Hi, Cam. Thank you so much. And hello to William Shakespeare. Spielberg,
it's Max Headroom,
aka Max GPT. And Franco Walker says they are asexual. Yes. And Tim Christ says, what about worms? Don't worms have two sexes? Oh, that's a good point. I should have looked up all of the creatures, the real life creatures who emulate tribbles in some capacity. That would have been something cool to have done on my part.
But I did not look up crawling vermiculi.
But there was another thing from the book I wanted to read on page 209 from Star Trek 365. In 1996, the producers of Star Trek Deep Space Nine decided to craft an episode of their show that would honor the original Trek, which was about to celebrate its 30th anniversary. Showrunner Ira Stephen Bear charged his writing staff with the creation of something truly unique. And after a series of brainstorming sessions, the team hit upon the idea that seemed to fit the bill. The characters from Deep Space Nine would time travel back to the 23rd century, specifically to Deep Space Station K7, the locale of the Trouble with Tribbles, to prevent the assassination of Captain James T. Kirk by the disguised Klingon agent Arne Darvin. Everything about Arne. Oh, okay. I had it right the first time. I was just doing both to cover all my bases.
You're fine.
I questioned myself.
I'll shut up.
Everything about the concept was daunting, particularly the thought of expense. But they tackled the most basic potential hurdle first. They need new footage of Arne Darvin. So many guest stars from the original series had passed away over the decades. Was Charlie Brill, the actor-comedian who played Darvin, still alive? The group was pondering this subject over pizza one day when fate stepped in, literally, in the form of Mr. Brill, who walked into the pizza parlor. He certainly seemed alive. Wow, what kind of fate is that? I'm not reading the book when I say that. That's crazy.
Interesting, yeah. Coincidence.
Seeing out of work actors in a pizza place in Los Angeles, California probably wasn't that difficult.
Yeah, but while they're brainstorming for that episode, still the coincidence.
Fair enough. Good point. I'm too cynical.
That's the coincidence being appreciated.
Yes. Following this bit of serendipity, the writers were nearly convinced that their concept was blessed. However, the story would also require cutting-edge technology. could they seamlessly marry the Deep Space Nine characters into footage from the earlier show? They assigned Gary Hutzel, Deep Space Nine's visual effects supervisor, to conduct a test. Days later, Hutzel arrived at the office to show the producers some footage from the old Trek episode. The producers were unimpressed until Hutzel revealed that one of his assistants was standing near the turbolift, mingling with Kirk's crew on the bridge of the Enterprise. That sealed the deal. And after being given budget approval from Paramount, they began fleshing out their story. The resulting episode, The Trials and Tribulation, features remarkable scenes where 1990s era Star Trek characters join the 1960s era Star Trek crew in the classic bar fight with the Klingons. The lineup wherein Kirk chews out his men for participating in that fight, and the famous storage bin scene where Tribble after Tribble trumbles out to land on Kirk's head because DS9's captain is in the bin, tossing Tribbles out of the open hatch. The episode was a labor of love for the actors and the staff, and a pure delight for fans.
My favorite scene.
It's pretty great.
I'm
glad you're here for your favorite scene.
And
I'm
that's
wondering
the
if
thing.
I'm wondering
Please
if
go
this
ahead.
is I'm wondering if these are the doors that Chris Doohan opened.
I
Because he
think
said
so.
he had
I
to
think that's
he had to
fair.
stand on his brother's shoulders. So I wonder if this was the prop of where they were being stored.
Oh, and I just happened to catch the chat. I will catch up with the chat when I can, but it looks like Cardinal Sin has sent me some pictures he wants me to share.
Delish.
They're the covers to the. Okay. Let me
Playboy
open them.
magazine.
It's the covers to
William
the scripts
Shatner
for
and Leonard
all
Nimoy.
3 of the episodes of the Tribbles that we have available. Oh wait, 2 of them plus one that I that I don't know about. So here it is. Share screen. This one so this one I don't know about. This is Star Trek: Escape from the Planet of the Tribbles, an unauthorized sequel by David Gerald from September 8th, 2016. So if this is a real story, I've got to go read it. I didn't even know about it. Do you guys know about it?
No, but that book did reference that he wrote further books about Tribbles.
Yeah, that makes sense. Star Trek the animated series. So this is the cover for David Gerald's script, More Tribbles, More Troubles, which we reviewed on Pop Culture Curators channel. I thought it was a very good episode. I thought it was lots of fun.
Yes, it was.
It was better than BAM.
It was better than BEM. Well, there you go. and here is a signed copy of The Trouble with Tribbles by David Gerald from August 1st, 1967. So he had his episode script ready a few months before the episode was shot.
I'm wondering if
aired,
that script. Yeah, I'm wondering if that script there was that David Gerald's version, or was that the version after the rewrites by Bob Justman and Gene Coon?
Oh, that's a good question. I do not know. I was just given these covers, so we'll see. We'll see what Cardinal Sin has to say about that question. Also, there was a question in the chat.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That I starred. Oh, you can go ahead because I have to look for the question.
I just wanted to point out that there's a John Cusack movie that is based on the life of David Gerald, talking about him adopting a young boy. David Gerald was gay, or is. Is David Gerald still alive? I think he is.
Yes.
I hope he is. And it's called The Martian. Before Matt Damon was The Martian, it was a matter of discussion of a gay guy adopting a young boy, and it was called The Martian. It starred John Cusack, and it was about David Gerald's life adopting a son. And so, if you are interested in the personal life of David Gerald, there is the.
I didn't know there was a movie about his. Oh my goodness! I'm going to check that out. Thank you, Scotty. That's news to
Scotty,
me.
what's the name of the movie, and do you know approximately the year?
I think it's called the Martian, and I want to say late 90s, early 2000s, although it could be later 2000, like aughts. But if you, yeah. It's based on a book by David Gerald as well, talking about his own trials and tribulations, if you will. I apologize for the pun.
Canadian Spider-Man says, panel question, which Star Trek character has the best one-liners, Scotty? Spock? Data? T'Pol?
Canadian Spider-Man is the answer.
Canadian Spider-Man has the best one-liners. Welcome to the panel, Canadian Spider-Man.
Hey, thanks for having me. What a great show. What a great panel. Yeah, I couldn't resist.
Yeah, it's cool to see you. I want to see more of you for a minute. Oh, wait, where'd you
Good to see
go?
Spidey.
Oh, no,
Well,
he
that was
disappeared.
I guess he just swung by and swung out.
He is now covered in the fur balls.
Oh, Captain. Friend Captain.
I don't know what happened. I wanted to hear more from Canadian Spider-Man. Maybe I scared him off. Okay, there he is. Welcome back.
Sorry, internet.
That's okay. But we're here. Let me present my...
Well, it's good that we got a
slideshow?
representative from the Avengers pinch hitting, because I do have to head here in a few, no more than 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. With 10 minutes left, I want you to give your review for the episode. And let me just get through this one scene, and then you can give your review. All right, Tony?
Well, we gotta have the friend Kirk scene too as well. We have to wrap it up. Because he's gonna bark. He's gonna bark. The little guys are gonna bark and stuff. And
yeah, and so we got 1,771,561 tribbles.
Yeah,
and that's one tribble multiplying with an average litter of 10, producing a new generation every 12 hours over a period of 3 days.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
If you have a litter of 10, how is it how is it an odd number?
It's an average litter of 10. So
because of the parent.
Tony,
you would have to have 1 plus 10.
Yeah, exactly. That's why there are 11 earlier. That number was also correct.
Right. Hey,
my mistake.
Question for Tony.
Yes.
And I think I know the answer. At this rate of high reproduction, wouldn't they evolve incredibly fast?
No, because as McCoy stated earlier in the episode, most of their metabolism is intent for repopulation. So, seeing as most of their genetic acclimations and whatnot are dedicated to repopulation, there's little in the room for any kind of evolution past what they are already good at.
I'm going to have to go with Canadian Spider-Man on... No, it doesn't make any sense. I'm going to have to go with Canadian Spider-Man on this one in terms of the speed of their reproductive cycle. I think that they would actually develop arms, legs, faces, communication over...
And taking over the solar system that they
have. But true evolution takes millions of years.
I'm saying, I know, but if you don't, nobody reproduces.
No, but they've accelerated the process, Jill, by a factor of 1,000. It looks like.
Okay, so what is the factor of 1,000 to 1,000,000? That's still a century, right?
Yes.
Okay,
we've done this in 10 years.
That's not our current. That's not our current trouble. Our current trouble is the fact that they are overpopulating so quickly that they starve. They run out of food before they can evolve.
They aren't capable of space travel, so that does severely hinder.
Yeah. It's funny they're not cannibalistic.
It's a good question. I love that question.
But
I have this toy.
That's an awesome toy. I have
this pom-pom that makes
is an
noise.
Awesome toy, by the way. Can you still get those?
Oh, yeah, but I have this other toy.
You can offer Jill as much money as you want, and she will sell it to you, as long as the price is right.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
And, of course, this is a ornament, a Christmas ornament. And so I press the button.
All we have to do is feeding them. It's not breed.
That's awesome, Joe.
I do enjoy it.
That's fantastic.
And then there's one more.
Very cool. I love that.
Until that board of inquiry, I'm still a captain. And as captain, I want two things done. First, find Cyrano Jones. And second, close that door.
Close that door.
That's awesome.
I love the detail on that.
And the colors. The colors.
How
seem
do they keep? Do the tribbles that fall from the storage compartment? Do you have to put them back in, or do they cycle through somehow?
You don't have to do anything. It does it automatically. I don't have to do a damn thing.
Crazy.
Oh,
It is crazy.
so you don't have to turn it upside down to put them.
Yeah,
back
you don't have to
inside,
reload
or-
them into the storage compartment. That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't have to turn it upside down ever. It does it all.
It
Very
does
cool.
it all.
The tribbles take care of themselves.
I suppose, seeing as there's still some of the episode left, I will go ahead and give my review, though, because it is.
Yes, please do. Yes, please give your review.
I find that this episode is probably not one of the most iconic, but the most iconic episode of the original series. It is by far my personal favorite. It's the reason why I wanted to be on this show more than any other episode of your reviews. So I hope to do another episode further on down the line with you all in the future. But this is the one that I wanted more than anything, and I was able to get it. And hunger only makes the heart grow fonder. And the fact that I had to wait 2 more weeks just to be able to talk about this with you all. This episode has it all. It has comedy. It has character growth. It has interactions that up to this point you don't see in detail on this caliber until now, in such a silly and awkward situation of having furballs obviously out eating an entire space station within the course of 3 days. And everything about this episode is iconic Star Trek to me, and it gets an A+ times A+. It's beautiful, and one of my favorite episodes of all time.
Well, I'm so happy that you were here to play.
I was so happy to be here to play. Definitely put me in a better mood before having to go and face the
music.
Yeah, the bad part of my day. 10 hours worth.
Yeah, that's a wonderful review. Thank you so much. Very heartfelt and awesome. I appreciate you being here and being able to share your favorite parts of this episode today.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that the rest of your day won't be as fun, but hopefully eventually we get to see you again and we'll have more fun later.
Well, you'll see me tonight when I get home about 3:30 in the morning, doing my one-man show with my hat sitting in front of me, because eventually I will not be employed there anymore, and I'm going to have to prepare for a transition between jobs. And I've already talked to my 401k at the bank to cut me a check and tax it, and then obviously I'll have a month of unemployment on top of it. So I'm not in any real grave situations yet. I'm going through the motions and making all the right decisions to ensure that everything's going to be fine.
That's good. And hopefully something pulls through for you for the next step.
You bet.
Good luck
And
with that.
here's the other Simi one. But go ahead, Pop.
Yes, Captain Kirk, friend Kirk, please. Oh, and we got to get to the sentencing. The 3-year cut that Kirk gives him, where you need to pick up every tribble.
Pick up every tribble on the space station.
That's right.
17.9 years.
Beats a 20-year sentence at a penal colony.
I mentioned the fact that I was going to reference Trials and Tribulations, but I do like the visual callback of Quark having the tribble on his dome and just being like, well, what are you going to do? Like, I love the visual callbacks, even to a 30-year anniversary episode, and it's just Quark being exactly this bartender.
You can always mention Deep Space Nine. I love Deep Space Nine.
Look at those.
I'm a big fan myself.
The big ones on the table. Oh, throw pillow sized.
There's so much good Trek. There's so much good Trek.
Yeah,
It's easy to get dismayed by modern Trek, but there's so much good Trek in the past.
And you know what? If you open your mind a little bit, I hate to be Quato, but there is a little bit of good Trek in the modern era, and you just have to seek it out and you have to find it, and eventually it'll punch through.
Well, I wish I could be
But
on board with you there, but
on that-
when you've got
with
a
that, Scotty.
when you've
All
got
right,
a
Tony.
moldy when you've
The
got a well, hold on
attitude-
just a second. When you've got a moldy tomato, you can't just cut out the moldy parts. You still got a
Right.
rotten tomato. But go ahead, Tony. Sorry.
Some people have consigned to this being the norm, Scotty, that we have to look for diamonds in the rough versus just getting a good product. And I know you're comfortable with it. I know you're comfortable with it.
I disagree with Star Trek being referred to as a product, and I think that is something that Star Trek fans also disagree with.
Yeah.
It is an IP.
You judge it based on the
IP,
story, and I'm not
intellectual
necessarily judging any season of anything, but I am judging it story by story now, because I do not wish drawing broad strokes over anyone. If you like something, you do. If you don't like something, you don't. It's not my place to change your mind. Or, like, if you want to have a parade for things you love, please do. If you want to have a parade for things you hate, I don't understand.
Well, there's again, I don't need to argue this, and I'm not going to, because we have a case in point here. This is all the evidence that we'll ever need. Look at how pleasant.
What's the case in point? What's the evidence I will
Look
need?
how good of a time we are having because of a classic episode of Star Trek.
Exactly. Agreed, sir. Agreed, sir.
On that note, Jill, Pop,
Yes,
Canadian
agreed.
Spider-Man, God bless. Thank you guys. Hopefully, if you guys are up at the wee hours of the morning and want to hear me croon into the microphone and talk like cartoons, I hope to see you
That would be
there
the worst thing. I don't want to do that. That'll be the
Well,
worst.
good luck today,
yeah,
Tony.
Thank you, Tony. Oh man, wait a minute, Tony. Tell us about your channel and a little bit more about what you're doing tonight.
I'm going to be doing my 4th episode of Late from New York, where it's basically more so a variety program. Occasionally I have other panels on, and occasionally I do bits on my own. I sing karaoke. I do requests. I am taking donations through PayPal, between a nickel and a dime. It doesn't matter. It's a nickel or a dime that I didn't have. And no donations are mandatory. Requests are always welcome. I will do them to the best of my ability. And so hopefully I see you all tonight. And if not, I'm doing it every night, every weekday for the foreseeable future until they walk my happy butt out of my employment. This is to ensure that I also don't have my mind just dwelling on it as well. So even if you can't donate, the fact that I had a very active audience tonight, like at 6 a.m.
So this is just as much to feed your soul as it is.
Yeah, exactly. It's not about the money. It's about being with people that enjoy being around me, and I enjoy being around them, and you can take my mind off of all of the stress. Update on my, I'll go ahead and say it publicly. Update on my sister. My kidneys do not match hers, unfortunately. So I cannot donate. However, we are taking steps to possibly seeing if we could just remove that kidney altogether, and hopefully the other one will just take over. It's a couple of years, but it's something.
Does that mean she'll go on a waiting list?
The waiting list, as you know, Pop, the waiting list is basically it's hospice with the attached to it.
Yeah, I know. Unless you're a rich, powerful celebrity or something,
Yeah, Yasmis Queen Jess. It is 3:30 Eastern Standard, 2:30 Central. To answer your most recent chat, what is on your show? And it is going to be every night at 3:30 a.m. After I get home from work, because I just want to. It's also a palate cleanser, And again, if you like what some other people are doing with much bigger reach with their variety programs, if you like what they're doing, I do kind of sort of the same thing, similar thing. and everybody has a lot of fun. You can ask Wes Cagle. You can ask, anybody. Like they have fun. Appion was there last night. We streamed till 2 in the morning, 6 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a lot of fun. If you guys just like fun, please come have fun with me.
I actually don't like fun.
Scotty, was that a beer opening?
No, it was a Coke Zero. If you'll believe that, I have a bridge in Mexico.
I wish I could go to work drunk. That'd be phenomenal.
I wish I worked.
Well, you don't want to work where I'm working.
I don't know, man. Kentucky
thanks
sounds
for-
lovely. It is the land of Bowling Green.
It is the land of Bowling Green. All right, guys. Love you all. I really do now. At this point, just need to slip on my shoes and get ready for it. But I hope to see you all tonight. And
Kapla and continued
I will
success,
have
sir.
the link. I will have the link on the Tweety for everybody to share and whatnot. And thank you, everyone. Thank you, Cam. Thank you, Wes Cagle. Thank you, Appion. Thank you, Susan Dolan. Susan Dolan was there last night. Sorry, I don't want to drag this out. Or else
No, but I love Susan Dolan.
Yeah, and
Drag
thank
it
you.
out.
Thank you so much for being here, and we'll see you later.
All right.
Yeah, good luck, Tony. Good luck today.
Yeah, good.
You bet.
Yeah,
I'm
definitely.
gonna need it. I literally looked at my team lead yesterday, and it says, when am I walking the Green Mile? And she says tomorrow.
Well, we're rooting for you.
Hey,
Well,
you still got 2 hands and 2 feet, right? So
We'll beam you to the Klingon control center where there'll be no Tribble at all.
Well, you deserve better anyway. Sounds like.
Absolutely.
Hey, I got
Wherever you
work
go,
for
I'm
you up
sure
here,
you'll be
buddy.
happy.
You like cutting firewood?
I can cut
I
firewood.
do. Are you hiring Canadian
I have-
Spider-Man? I will
We're
move
always
to
hiring.
British Columbia.
British Columbia is open for business.
I have my own log
be
splitter. Let's hitch it up to the truck. Come up there.
You're gonna put British Columbia on the trailer hitch of your truck. Okay.
No,
can't wait.
my log splitter. I got a log splitter. I got one of those big pneumatic log splitters.
Stop it.
Ooh, fancy.
Yeah.
Can't afford that.
All right, you guys take it easy.
You as well,
Yeah.
sir.
Take care.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure.
Good luck.
Yeah, yeah. Good luck.
And
Hey,
usually, there was a question in the chat as to
Okay,
when,
please read it. What's the chat?
Well,
Read.
the question was, when does Tony start his show? It's usually 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Awesome.
When I'm
yes.
in bed, I'm usually with just listening in bed with the covers pulled up and just the earphones on.
Mhm.
He is a bit of an extraneous ASMR, but I do enjoy the caterwaul.
And of course, we've got some mutual admiration on the bridge. So Tony left just in time for the end of the episode, where everybody is so proud of themselves for what they've done to rid themselves of the Tribble infestation. And it was ultimately Scotty who explains what's happened. He's used the transporter
Question.
and
Transported the whole kit and caboodle into the air engine room.
yeah. What's the question?
To figure out to transport them off the ship.
Yeah, what's the question, Canadian Spider-Man?
Yeah. Why did it take so long to figure out the transporters would be a good way to lock on the Tribble signal?
Well, maybe they did figure it out, but at first, Kirk was like, "Where did you transport them to?" Because he actually seemed genuinely concerned for the Tribbles, and McCoy says it would be inhumane to send them out into space, so they sent them
they're
to the Klingon ship.
Yeah, but
Or
when
they
you
would have
think
been
it,
murdered.
yeah, when you think it through,
Isn't that an
what-
act of war? Is that not
Well-
literally an act of war?
But what's worse? though,
Well,
sending
but the
that- sending-
Klingons did it first. But go.
Pop culture.
I was just gonna say, what's worse, sending them out into space, or sending them to a Klingon ship where they will be killed?
Oh, I would say space is a more humane way, because you know,
Yeah.
as soon as they
Yeah.
got into the engineering room of the Klingon battle cruiser, they are just stabbed.
Yeah, you know they're gonna be
I
killed.
would
as soon as
rather
that happens,
suffocate
right?
than be stabbed.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And also, let's not forget, at this particular moment in time, I am a Tribble. I have the cognitive capacity to eat and nothing else. And every now and then I become mildly uncomfortable because I poop out another Tribble. That's it. That's my life. But if I show up in a Klingon engineering room, all of a sudden batleths
Videos
and
of it didn't
blades.
happen. The photos there
And
didn't
yeah,
happen, buddy.
but all of the realities of what's probably happening to the Tribbles on the Klingon ship doesn't take away from the line.
Well, there'll be
it's
no Tribble at all.
hilarious.
So, Jill, anti-derivative Jill, would you put this in your top? I know you probably give that an A+. I think I heard your review.
Oh no, I haven't given my review yet, but you're
Oh,
absolutely
okay.
right. I do give it an A+. Tony was the only one who gave the review so far because technically I'm getting to the end of the episode right here, so I'll give you my review.
I just wanted to know if this is if this makes your top 10.
And I don't think it makes my top 10, but it is
No,
up there.
okay.
It is up high. It is up maybe in my top 25 or 20. I don't know. I think after we completely review all the episodes, I want to do a special episode where we all give our top 20 episodes.
I'm going to make so many people angry.
I can't wait for you to make people angry. And so,
before.
Oh yeah, I've got some more production stuff, but I'm gonna skip that for now and give my final thoughts for this episode. I love this episode, even though the plot really isn't too thick. We don't know too much about Sherman's planet and why this grain is so incredibly important to them. Besides the fact that it's the only human grain that who is beating up their microphone.
That's Canadian Spider-Man, but
Sorry.
I give it to him because he's sitting next to an axe, and I don't want him to attack me.
I'm pretty sure he wouldn't attack me, so I can ask.
Have you seen Canadian Spider-Man throw an axe? He could get it from BC to an Ontario.
I don't.
Yeah, but making it to Texas would be kind of an ask.
Well, you're safe.
I only attack green goblins.
But it's a very simple case of getting an important grain to a planet that's been thwarted by to a planet, and the plan is thwarted by Klingons, and the day is saved essentially by Tribbles. Really, Cyrano Jones should have gotten off a little lighter because thanks to his tomfoolery, no one on Sherman's planet had to die as the Klingons intended in their plan to get control of the planet by making the Federation, making Starfleet seem incompetent.
Right, due to his actions, he inadvertently saved them.
Yes, and we get some soft, fluffy creatures, hilarious one-liners, and I know we didn't even share all of the great one-liners in this episode. It is just all so good, and it explains how population control, when population goes out of control through invasive species, you get exponential. How population in general grows exponentially, and so that is really great because this episode really resonates with children, and you can even grow up and still love this episode at the same time. And so it's cool that the kids get to learn about population growth. And also Scotty stuff.
Jill, if I'm and Scotty stuff. Hello, I'm interrupting. But Jill, like one of the things that we've discussed about New Trek and Classic Trek is that sometimes the New Trek people, they say we have to market this to children. And the Classic Trek, it appeals to children, but it also teaches you how to be an adult. And
Precisely.
That balance is really important to Star Trek. If you make your Disney Plus Infinity Nintendo Wii version of Star Trek, you're robbing one of the things that Star Trek does. Like, it is an educational show, whether it be in behavior, science, exploration, or curiosity. I think that that's something that it did before, but modern writers and producers and who have you, hoo-ha, they look at it and it's like, we have to put it in this box. And it's like, no, you don't. No, you don't.
Yeah, no, you
and
don't.
the fact that you're doing that
They never
is
had
wrong.
to write. Yeah, they never had to write down Star Trek to kids. Kids
Right.
loved it anyway.
That's a good point, Scotty. Holy shit.
Well, back
sometimes.
Back then, they were good enough writers where they could write a story that would appeal to everybody, instead of only being able to write for one segment of the audience.
Yeah,
I am
that
curious
just shows
about
lack of skills on the writers.
I am curious when it comes to modern representation of that. Like, there are things that a lot of people haven't seen, and whether or not it coincides. Like, I don't think that it's fair to dismiss a grand swath and just say, oh, it's new. And it's like, well, come on. Like, I haven't seen Prodigy. I've heard Prodigy eases the audience in and then starts being relatively, here are the ideals of Starfleet and the Federation, and do you want to subscribe? And the characters,
it's
they
being
do.
judged. It's being judged prematurely without due process, I guess.
I think it's being, I don't know. I also have not seen it, and I just want to be able to, one of the cornerstones of Star Trek is to seek out new life and new civilizations, to boldly go where no one has gone before, or no man.
No man.
I'm fine with that. But like,
we
just
know
go.
who's going to be doing the.
Well, you got to check out the storytelling and find out if these writers who are writing for new Star Trek, are they doing an okay job? Are they doing it, or are you just putting them are you just putting them under the umbrella of the current production staff?
And
Are
yeah,
you
I do,
investigating
because
the
that's who's
stories?
making it. And so
But if
every
you're
Star
not,
Trek
but if you're not
all
investigating the
token hires.
storytelling, then if you're not investigating the storytelling, then you are being as prejudiced as the people that you accuse.
all I know is
That
that
doesn't mean
every
I'm
Star
going to
Trek
eat a
made
turd
after
to find out that
2000.
it tastes like a turd.
Yeah, exactly.
You gotta
and
find
so
out,
after
man.
2000,
I've been to so many Arby's.
So after 2005,
had good Arby's.
Star Trek stops being Star Trek, and so what I'll give you for Prodigy is that it is as far away from Kurtzman Trek as all of the Kurtzman Trek, even though it is still under secret hideout. And the only reason I can say that is because it is mostly produced by Nickelodeon, so they have completely different writing staffs. And out of all of the Drek, it is the only one that doesn't show hatred for the past like all of the other ones do. So I will give it that from the few episodes I did see, but also it is completely wrong, all of the episodes. So they get things wrong, but at least it's unintentional. They're kind of just don't know what they're doing rather than being malicious. So I would be interested in watching it.
There's
too.
a difference.
And so there's a difference. There's a way that they're approaching it. They're not approaching it from a place of we need to remake Star Trek in our image. And so that's the only good thing about Prodigy, but it's gone. It's canceled.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I think that the mandate of Starfleet at its basis is investigation, and people who refuse investigation are not conducting themselves in a methodology of a Starfleet officer.
Yeah, I don't mind if somebody wants to watch Star Trek made after 2005 and analyze the story. That's fine.
Well,
have fun.
thank you.
But it's not Star Trek.
Well, we'll find out. It will grow. It
Very
will
diplomatic,
blossom.
Jill. I'm impressed with how diplomatic you always are.
I am. Well, I was inspired by Scotty.
Everybody's entitled to an opinion.
Yay!
Yes, they're like assholes.
I'm an asshole.
No, everyone has.
No, but
Anyway,
I am one.
Anyway,
I'm a
speaking of
cross-eyed
Scotty,
gunner on Spaceball
I just
1.
want to get through my review. I love how they reinforce Scotty's love for the ship, because we've gotten a lot of Kirk's love for the ship. So now we're getting Scotty's. And it's even better that he's still disciplined and funny and it's the humor that he's happy about it. And so I do give this episode an A+, because I would objectively give it an A, but you can't really measure the happiness that I got this morning finding the batteries to my Tribble just to hear it purr and growl. So that is where my plus comes from. And so, Scotty,
That is
what,
awesome.
Well,
what do
Jill,
you?
what do your kids think about your Tribble?
Oh, I don't know.
Phrasing.
Actually, my daughter has not met the Tribble yet
Oh my
because
God, we gotta
it's been
Oh.
take.
without
Oh,
batteries this entire time. Because,
Oh.
well, I was keeping it hidden in the closet because my son was taking it apart, and I had to keep putting it back together because there are mechanical bits in it, and he's inclined mechanically, so he likes to
Oh,
destroy
sounds like
things.
he's maybe an engineer there in the
Yeah.
making, huh?
Yes. And so I had it hidden away, but now he's much older. He wouldn't do that now. So I can bring it back out and see what my daughter makes of it.
I'm sure your daughter will love it.
Have you noticed that there are no ginger Tribbles?
I don't know, but tell me what you think about the episode as a whole, Scotty. What do you?
I'm a big fan of this episode. I think the character interactions between Kirk, Spock, McCoy, Scotty, Chekhov, Uhura, I think that everything is dope. We get our boy Eddie Paskey as Mr. Leslie, as Bo. He's manning the engineering station, and he's also leading a security detail. Like, I don't know what red shirts do, but they are invaluable. I think that this episode embodies the spirit of cooperation, organization, and protocol that Star Trek does. I really appreciate Koloth as played by William Campbell. William O. Campbell? William Campbell.
Campbell.
Which one is O'Connor? And I really appreciate it. My
Billy
dad's favorite quote in all of Star Trek is "Hold away as garbage." And I was so happy when I found out that Karnas was in season 1 of The Next Generation. This is a linchpin of Star Trek that I cannot give anything more than a billion A's. I give it a billion A's.
A billion A's.
I don't think you know how much a billion is, sir.
I don't know. I'll give it a trillion
None of us
A's.
do. None of us.
I'll give it 10 A's.
But they're tribbles, so they multiply.
And I'll get a billion in no time. So yes,
Again,
that's what I
don't
do. I
think
really
you know
enjoy
how
it.
much a billion is.
My sister called me today and said, so what episode of Star Trek do you have to watch for Jill's Star Trek show? And I was like, The Trouble with Tribbles. And she was like, well, you've never seen that one before. And I was like, this isn't the one with Cisco. And she's like, well, how many times have you seen that one? And I was like, a billion.
Well, and if you watch both of them, like you said, you in your mind you edit them together.
And I would like to see it if someone actually put them into like an hour and 45-minute movie. I think it would be glorious.
I'm banking someone already has, Scotty.
Someone must have.
Maybe. That's a good question.
Must have.
Probably
but
related
pop
to
culture. I wish there were more Star Trek fans in my family. But pop culture curator, could you give us your review for this episode?
I would say this is in my top 10 and A+ all the way. I love the humor. This is where we really get to see the lighter side of Captain Kirk, almost like more of a fatherly figure. And the dynamics, once again, the dynamic between the trio of him, Spock, and McCoy, and the fact that all the cast, like Scotty mentioned, they all had a chance to shine. We got to see Uhura. And I think this is one of Scotty's finest episodes, this and the Enterprise incident. And it shows the care and the love for that ship that I've said it before, that it seems lacking in the future later Star Trek iterations. They never seem to care for their ships like they did the Enterprise and TOS. And I think David Gerrold is a genius and what he brought to it. And it was a fine balance. And I know, that Bob Dressman wasn't a fan because he didn't think the comedy would work. But he, excuse me, even he admitted later that he was wrong. And the fact that it spun off this and 2 more future episodes is amazing.
Yeah,
So,
and those are good episodes.
yeah, and this is an episode where we get a very soft, friendly father like Captain Kirk. He doesn't really show anger. He gets a little perturbed because of the Tribbles, but I like it's a softer side. So I like the dynamic and the writing of it. So thank
That's
you, Jim.
true. He stays a strong leader, but he doesn't ever get overly upset in the worst.
Nope,
Like he growls sort of a question. Where are the Tribbles? But that's just it's more funny.
right. It's right. It's more tongue in cheek. It's like he's a little perturbed, but he's not angry and compassionate. I guess he shows a lot of compassion when he could easily be angry and say, get rid of these, or be upset. But you could tell he had a fondness for the Tribbles as well. He's not going to make it as vocal. But
well, there's
yeah.
There's also something with like Nichelle Nichols as Uhura when she is being like Kirk shoves Tribbles into her space, and she's just like, okay, I got to put this pen in my mouth, and it's almost like it's office comedic. It is so. All right, we're all here to help each other out, and I really.
Oh yeah, I almost got a clip of that. That was so fun. Yes, well, her arms get piled up with the Tribbles, and she holds it together.
Well, she has a job. It's not like she's under the influence of the psi water.
Right.
Micro water? What was
so
micro water?
I'm going back to some of the chats I missed earlier. Oh, wait a minute. Before I do that. Oh, wait. I forgot. Are you finished with your review, Pop Culture Curator?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay.
It's Spidey's turn.
Yeah, Spidey. What would you rate this episode?
I think I rated it a B+, and only because there wasn't I really like my favorite TOS episodes are the ones where they go and there's a lot more science involved and maybe some higher level questions that they pose and they answer and this was just a comedy, and so I can't. I mean, I appreciate why you're all giving an A and A+, and I do like the comedies, but I give it a B+. Now, one thing I really do like about the show is that Scotty plays a big part, and Scotty is, he's one of my favorite characters, absolutely. On the TOS, Scotty might be my favorite character, actually, next to Spock. After Spock, I think it is Scotty. So I'm really happy that he got in a fight scene, because I always love shows that have Scotty in a fight scene. And I did enjoy how the Klingon. Again, this is one of the shows that examines the relationship between the Klingons and the Earthers. So that's another reason why I like this show. But I thought it was a little too silly at times, maybe. So that's, I mean, and other people are fine with that. But a solid B+, and for those reasons.
Oh, thank you. And Bob
thanks for having
agrees with
me.
you.
Jill,
Yeah,
I
you're
appreciate
welcome.
it.
Yeah,
I have
absolutely.
seen this episode.
And I
haven't seen it a
appreciate that
billion
review.
times, but I've seen it a solid 10 times. A solid, because MPBN, Main Public Broadcasting, for those of you who don't grow up
I can
on the
definitely
East Coast.
appreciate the desire to see more science, of course, and a little more of a thought-provoking kind of script
and
where
some
you
more of those
learn about something you can carry
esoteric
into your own life, which Star Trek does all the time, but not all the time. They do many different kinds of stories.
It has different beats, which gives it variety.
I like Star Trek.
You do? Would you like to talk about Star Trek?
Well, think about it.
I like watching it. Talking about it is after.
We have our episodes which are more philosophical.
Thanks,
we have
Jill.
some episodes which are more science-based. We have episodes which are more horror-based. We have episodes which are comedic. I like that, the fact that it has that flexibility and that range. That is what I think, in my opinion, the current Trek does not have. Every episode is written as grim, and everybody's hating everybody, and Starfleet is bad, and they don't seem to have that range anymore.
Yeah,
Pop
exactly.
culture,
I
true,
agree
though?
with that.
Is that true?
Pop culture. Oh, sorry.
Well, after 2005, it's true. I wasn't.
Pop culture
Yeah, I'm
curator,
talking
like
about current
after.
Trek.
Yeah,
Yes.
with current Trek, like Gene Roddenberry was a big fan of the ladies, and I do have to say, when it comes to modern Trek, there are a lot more ladies. So I think that Gene Roddenberry would have been cool, except that they're not topless, which I think he would be upset.
Well, yeah, but you got to remember the reason why there's more ladies is to show up the men and make the men look bad. That's
And
the
they're
whole
not
purpose
dressed like
of.
7 of them. Sorry.
No, they're
Well,
all they're
but that was also like I
no,
think
they're,
that
they're dressed like they're going to a lesbian bar.
well,
Yes.
Gene
But the only-
Roddenberry
Do
loved
they have
lesbians.
those? I've never been to one.
The whole
Gene
point.
Roddenberry
I've
was
never
a
been
big
to one
fan
either,
of
so I
all
couldn't speak on.
sexuality.
Yeah, I couldn't speak on what they wear, but I do know that the costuming departments don't do
Plaid
justice to
flannel.
the beautiful ladies that they do hire. They
Yeah,
kind of they do their
Gene
best to make
Roddenberry
them
preferred
not
it.
shine.
He liked it when they didn't wear much.
I
Gene
like it.
Well,
Roddenberry was a
well,
big fan of the female form, and I
well,
am.
he got away with as much as he was allowed.
Did
Yes,
he know that
and
that
then
was
he
Bell?
made Pretty Maids all in a row,
Was it
and
an
then he got
advertising?
all the things.
The thing is,
Was
Nurse
that
Chapel is the only. I mean, Major Barrett is the only Nurse Chapel, but this
I don't know.
this new
Jess
pretend
Bush is
one,
okay.
she's pretty, but they don't dress her well, and so
no?
she's not allowed to be as beautiful as she
Well,
is.
now who's
Another
objectifying
potato
women?
sack.
Question
Another
for Jill.
potato sack.
Well,
I think you're wrong, Jill. I don't say
no,
that often.
you think her outfit's fine? Well,
I
okay.
think that a uniform doesn't necessarily have to accentuate the physical form.
Well, it doesn't have to.
It
but
just has to be consistent.
Yeah,
It's nice to
the
have.
only
How about
reason that there is a uniform is to make it so that any person on the crew can identify you as a member of one department. And I think that Nurse Chapel in Strange New Worlds and in the original series both identify Christine as being a medical staff.
Did they use the short skirts to sell the show because science might have been a bit of a dull topic in the 60s? Is that part of it?
No, they were trying to be sexy.
No, actually, it was part of
Miniskirts were
women's
big in the
liberation.
60s. Yeah, miniskirts were big in the 60s.
I was
Yeah,
big in the 60s.
Ahura was excited to wear them. She wanted to.
Canadian Spider-Man was big in Japan.
Michelle Nichols.
I'm being facetious. I apologize. I've gotten to the point
Neither
where
one
I'm
of us were
flippant.
alive in the 60s, Scott.
No, it's true, dude. We're both young men.
I mean, we were eggs, I'm sure.
We not even. Pop culture curator, younger than us.
Well, I was a
Jill?
kid in the 60s, but you can look at any
Wow.
product.
I
Look at
you
any
know
product
what,
produced
dude?
in the 60s, and everything was bikinis and miniskirts.
So what?
Pop
why
culture.
was
It is.
Women's
It
Lib
is so
had-
good to have you back that I apologize. I was being rude, and
Well,
no,
technically-
it's so
you're
pleasant.
fine.
You're not. I refuse to believe that you were born at any time before 1984.
I was going to say.
I was in the Air Force at that time, so yeah, I'm older than that.
Then I don't mean any disrespect.
I didn't take it that way. It's okay.
Cheers.
Did,
Well,
It was a good
technically,
year.
as soon as your grandmother is pregnant with your mother, the eggs of you
Yes.
do exist within her.
yes, that's why I found Scotty's statement confusing.
And that's how
He's from an-
Canadian Spider-Man
Were you-
and myself were born.
Oh, everybody was born.
What? When?
At different times.
No
Makes
photo.
sense.
If there's not a photo, it didn't happen.
I have never mind. I'm not going to say what I want to.
I was going to say, you have photos, don't you, Scotty? If you're-
Yeah, I'll stop. Come
Okay,
on.
yeah.
I've gone too far.
Yes.
But hooray
okay,
for
Star
birth.
Trek.
That's all I want
So
to say.
I'm going. Let me go. Let me scroll back up to the chats that I've been missing.
Well,
So,
and I'm
Jill, I didn't
thinking,
hear your answer, and I'm sorry. Please forgive me for my inattention, but who do you think had the best one-liners in Star Trek? Because this episode is so full of one-liners. You didn't even cover them all, I don't think.
My favorite character is Scotty. No, I didn't. I mean, not Scotty. Spock is my favorite character.
Yes.
True.
And so, yeah, definitely I love anything that he says.
But Data had some damn good ones.
Mhm.
Yeah, but Spock is better than Data. Get off my lawn.
My name
I don't know.
is
McCoy
Data.
has some good one-liners too. Sometimes.
Data.
Now you're sounding like Spock. If you're gonna get nasty, I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, I rest my case.
And I like this.
Insults are effective only where emotion is present.
That's one that I can't seem to get rid of.
We need
And-
more
and-
of those three.
And of course,
Woochie, woochie, coochie, coo, Captain.
and
My
if
son,
people,
the doctor.
And then Unmuck Time.
Let me alone.
Damn. They never,
Wow.
you know what? They didn't display Spock's strength enough in the TOS, I think. They
Oh,
didn't
sure
really-
they did. You're being Ginger.
What?
I mean, like approaching a situation gingerly. No, whenever they had to exert Spock's strength, I think that they did it quite well. Like whenever he had to get into a fist fight and he couldn't like intellectually maneuver him into a Vulcan neck pinch or something like that, if he was invoked into a fist fight, that guy would bust everything in a room, including you.
Do you think he could handle two Ferengi?
I know he handled a Klingon.
Yeah, what? Of course.
Are Ferengi supposed to be fordable?
They're stronger than you think.
That's
according to
why
Data.
I was
Spock could
like,
handle
I'll raise the
about
stakes.
7, at least 7.
According to
Ferengi.
Data, they're stronger than humans.
They're 3 times.
Vulcan
as strong as
versus
humans.
Borg? That would be that's a fight. That's a fight. I don't know. I don't know.
Ooh.
I always
I'm
thought
sure
Vulcan
Matt
versus
in the Sun
Dracula.
has done that fight.
Well, of course, it would be like Vulcan because Draculas don't get the same nourishment from the Vulcan blood.
No,
I
but they're
think
both supposed to be
Machine-
around the same strength, I think.
No, I
Machine
know,
eats
but
flesh and blood every
why
time.
would a
Machine
Dracula
wins.
fight a Vulcan if they weren't going for the hemoglobin? And it's a different
Right.
hemoglobin.
Well, that's the whole thing. They wouldn't want their blood, right? That's not the blood they're looking for.
So they wouldn't fight. They'd hang out.
Nice one, pop culture.
Speaking of hanging out, Mega Cropper said, okay, so I'm on chats from an hour ago. Mega Cropper said,
Hooray!
get Spidey on for a drinking stream. Okay, if I ever have a drinking stream, I will invite Canadian Spider-Man.
Scotty might.
We're going to have to convince Canadian Spider-Man to drink.
I appreciate it.
And let's not forget Gorilla. Got to have Gorilla there.
All right, Gorilla, and that would mean I'd have to drink something if it's my stream. But I
And
have
I would
limit-
too.
Tea. Plumic tea is what you'll be drinking.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, I don't know exactly. I'll figure something out. It's got to be sci-fi related or something. I'll do something. Tim's talk says my sources from Disney said Enterprise will pick you up. Okay. I'm surprised they don't make. Well, I guess I know why they don't make that joke directly on the Orville when they have the Avis as the god in that episode, but or do they? I don't remember.
I don't remember.
Anyhow.
I don't remember any reference to Enterprise.
I don't think they do. Very smartly, they don't. You know, even when I make references to Star Trek to the producers of the Orville, I'm just making a joke, and they're like, shh. Wes Cagle says, Bones says, you treat her like a lady, and she'll always bring you home. And so that's what he says in the pilot Encounter at Farpoint on the Next Generation.
And this
I
Counselor
love-
Troy is in command.
No, but I really love. Say what you will about the pilot to Star Trek: The Next Generation, but that handing of the baton, I really appreciate. If you don't
Well,
like
that was
it,
the
that's
best
cool.
part of the episode was the scene with DeForest Kelly. The rest of it, in my mind, is like a blur. I barely remember. You know,
Yes.
but of course, I mentioned before, I'm not a fan of Q, but I love
Mm.
the scene with DeForest Kelly. That
Yes.
was the highlight.
I agree it's the highlight, but I am a fan of Q. But it was two disparate stories just sewn together, and then we had kind of the better story with what DC Fontana wrote with the space jellyfish, and the love story there was just sweet.
I
And
am an odd fan of the first 2 seasons of Star Trek: The Next Generation, so I understand your distaste, but
it's so weird though
my heart
that
swells. My heart swells.
when you really objectively look at it, season 1 of TNG, it does have some very terrible episodes, but the rest of the episodes, half of the season are B range episodes. They're not that bad.
Thank you.
And well,
And by thank you, I mean I appreciate that you like somewhat some of the things that I somewhat like.
yeah, we somewhat agree.
We
In some
somewhat
ways,
agree.
always
We
weird.
also both like wasting an hour on a Tuesday.
An hour? It's been over 2.
Oh my God.
I found
Wasting.
and Max GPT says, "I found the stream
I am gonna have
live."
to.
I'm so glad
Oh,
you're
sorry.
here. But if you do have to go, you may.
William Shakespeare go. Good
Do
evening.
you have to go, Scotty?
Well, I'm thinking. I haven't decided yet.
Okay. Well,
That's a no.
if you do have to go, let me know so that I can let you out.
So let me out. Let me out. Let's not
you
tease
wanna
this.
go?
Let's just go. Yeah, no,
Okay.
hang out with these people. They're way better than me.
No. Well,
Yeah,
yes.
well, yes. The answer is
Y'all
yes.
I love all of y'all the same. Okay, anyway.
So I'm gonna go. And the reason is because, yeah, exactly. Tim Christ says, Scotty, stop derailing the stream. Just kidding. Anyway, I'm gonna go and I gotta take 2 feet and a heartbeat over to my local alcohol dispensary. On my way there, I'm gonna smoke some what is it called? Perfectly legal product. I am going to be listening to all of the things that you say about me. And also, I will be cowering in the corner, being like, you know what? They're right. I am an asshole.
Well, I'm so sorry that we're having to lose you, but it sounds like you're on a
You're not
very
going to
important
lose
mission.
me. I'll be back.
Oh, you'll be back. Well, yeah, you're definitely welcome back.
Well, like later, not today, but
yeah,
later.
okay. Of course, I know. Then I'm correct in my statement that you are heading out for today, and
I am.
Well, so, but you've
So,
got
Jill,
stuff going
I have
on
a
for the rest
question
of the
for
week.
you before I go. I have a question before I go. If you want to see more of me, you can come over, and Kat from the Phantasmagorium is so much better than me. I get to go and hang out with her. I am always a sidekick to a lady, so I guess I'm a beta male. But Kat,
That's not what that means, but go ahead.
Is that what not? All right.
No, y'all are
Indiana
teammates.
Jones and
she doesn't
James
disparage
Bond.
you.
Well, neither do you, which is very pleasant, and that's why I like hanging out with you. So, I have a question for you, Jill. If you had a choice between The Trouble with Tribbles or Trials and Tribulations, which one do you think is better?
Well, the thing is that Trials and Tribulations enriches the story that was already laid out by David Gerald to begin with. And so it only makes it better. So I'd have to pick The Trouble with Tribbles for laying the foundation of that story. And the DS9 crew just make it more fun. So I'll go with the original. I'll go with the original, yeah.
So I take it David Gerald had no hand in the writing of Trials and Tribulations. Is that right?
I don't know.
Well,
he made a cameo.
Oddly enough, there were no black men in Trouble with Tribbles. So obviously the original series episode is racist.
That's not what that means, Scotty.
I
you
know,
don't believe that.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I'm just being a dick. Anyway, Canadian Spider-Man, it is always a pleasure. I will see you in the future. I don't know what time zone that'll be. Pop culture curator, I'm glad you're well, and I'm glad that you are relocated.
Thank
And
you, Scotty. Good to see you again. Likewise.
it wouldn't be talking Star Trek without you.
Thank you.
Jill, you know I love you.
Yeah, and we'll have Quantum Leap on Thursday.
We will.
And so that'll be cool. And
All right. Then I'm going to go. So thank you.
So see you later. And thank you.
Okay,
thank you
bye.
for staying for the whole review.
Thanks.
I'm going to walk.
Right. He's
Okay,
he's going on an adventure. Well, be careful with all of those bridges. He's got lots of bridges he has to cross when he
A lot of bridges to cross.
As long as he doesn't burn any of them, he'll be fine.
Right. Well, for some reason, some of the bridges had gates on them, and I'm not sure if he's going to have to hop any gates today. That's the question.
He's taking shortcuts through private communities, it sounds like.
And so essentially, I do have chat, but if you guys have to go, just let me know, and you guys are free to go whenever you wish. But I do want to acknowledge the chat since I got some.
Go for it. I want to listen. I want to listen to the chat. So yeah, I love the
great.
chat.
Yeah, go for it.
So first, Gorilla at 1:05 p.m. Central, so well over an hour ago. Yeah, I know. The Tribbles here would make perfect polishing balls at work. Just stick the stick up the tribble, and then into the drill. Then dip them into the polished. Hey, the stack of polished balls replenish. Oh, okay. So he's finding some utility. Okay, so this is a response to when Spock says that the Tribbles have no purpose. Gorilla's random thoughts has given the Tribbles a purpose, very akin to how they use different kinds of animals to conduct different varying tasks on the Flintstones. And Stark of Iron says they are technically bisexual, according to McCoy, able to change their sex to fit the reproduction need. Everyone is born pregnant with a new litter, and that is in response to Max GTP, who says, wouldn't the Tribbles be asexual rather than bisexual? And so the changing of the language makes sense that that's questioned. And Yamas Queen Jess says, my mom didn't really care for this episode, but it grew on her later in life. And that's exactly what happened to Gene Roddenberry, is that he wasn't really too cool with it at first, but eventually it became one of his favorites. The AI show says, Bones, number 1, don't get the Tribbles wet. Number 2, don't feed the Tribbles. Number 3, let's hope we can keep a PG rating over this. And so that is relating the Tribbles to the Gremlins. And Bird of Prey 5 said, the faster than light beaming Klingons and fancy grain were all good, but Tribbles pushed the line? Oh. And Mark Harkness says, limerick from the writer. Ever since I wrote that script for Gene and the Electric Picture Machine, Tribbles have chased their creator from here to Decatur. No one knows the Tribbles I've seen. Oh, so did David Gerald write that? That is pretty cool. Yeah, I didn't know that. Limerick by David Gerald. I want to know if that really is true. And Darius is also telling Franco Walker happy birthday. So definitely, I'm hoping your birthday is fantastic today and you have a lot of fun. And the AI show says Robert Heinlein last discovered novel Starship Tribbles just out. It follows military from Earth as they invade the homeworld and fight the vicious Tribbles. Oh, right. Yeah, Robert Heinlein wrote the novel first, the Rolling Stones novel. Heinlein would have liked the miniskirt. Oh, okay. That's great. I hope Heinlein was a Star Trek fan. That would be neat to learn about. Isaac Asimov wrote an article called "Mr. Spock is Dreamy." Uh, oh yeah, and it's true that Isaac Asimov was also a science consultant on the motion picture, and so he was definitely a Star Trek fan. I'm not gonna even. Yeah, he talked to Gene Roddenberry and everything. Avoid Ontario, Canada at all costs, says Canadian Spider-Man. So a friendly PSA from your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Yeah, that's true.
And the AI show says Gene admitted in an interview he wasn't a sci-fi writer. He recruited science fiction writers to write for Star Trek partly as credibility with sci-fi fans, but also as a practical staffing move. And so that is what makes Gene Roddenberry truly a great writer, is that he admits his weaknesses and he finds people who are talented in the medium that he's trying to share, and the futurism that he's trying to project.
Right. We kind of mentioned this in the past where prior to Star Trek, most of his writing was in police dramas and westerns and things like that. So Star Trek and sci-fi in general was new for him.
Yeah. Yeah, but his proclivity towards equality and all of that stuff, it works so well with Star Trek. And
Yes.
Canadian Spider-Man says the Klingons look funny.
I like these Klingons better than the newer ones. I know I'm in the minority there, but I like the Klingons.
Well, I read that chat because it reminds me of the Trials and Tribulations where they do mention those are Klingons, and Worf is like, we don't mention it to outsiders.
Right, I haven't seen that episode in a long time, but does Worf beam aboard the Enterprise or no?
Yeah, he's on the Enterprise.
Nobody notices as far as the Enterprise.
Well, he's wearing a headband. He's
Okay,
disguised.
gotcha.
So just like you cover up the ears in The City on the Edge of Forever.
Yes.
Then we have Phantom Outsider with a quote here. According to Roddenberry himself, no author had more influence on the original series than Robert Heinlein, and more specifically his juvenile novel, Space Cadet. Wow. And he continues, it is a... Oh, wow, this is a word. It is a... It is a Bildungsroman. It is a Bildungsroman retelling the education of young Matt Dodson from Iowa, who joins the Space Patrol and becomes a man. There is a reason why Star Trek's Captain Kirk is from Iowa. Oh. But Captain, he called the Enterprise a garbage scow. And the AI show says, I haven't heard the term, I'm making myself say this word again, Blittingsroman, since I was studying English in college. You guys, what are you doing to me? You're teaching me a new word today. And I like having a word of the day, so that's going to be our word of the day today. I want to... Bildungsroman. Excuse me while I learn a new word live on air. Okay, so, and my story from when I was a kid, Darius says it was adorably nerdy for when I was wanting to read instead of play. But that was my play. That was the point. That's Scotty's play, is to read his technical manuals. And Franco Walker says, in high school, I used to take books about electronics to school. I'd read them instead of whatever the teacher was on about. No one seemed to bother. Wow, that's awesome. And oh, the keyboard, how quaint. Hello, computer. And Canadian Spider-Man says, The Prisoner is an incredible, iconic show. To Cardinal Sin, and you are a great friend. I really hope you're well, and I'd love to stream with you and Jill soon. Yamas Queen Jess says, no, Spock, you are not immune to purring Tribbles. Who is, though? Oh no, it's growling instead. I must be actually Klingon. And I went to the Star Trek, the 50th Star Trek convention, and I had this perception that all Klingons hated Tribbles. But you go to the Star Trek convention, and this is not true. The Klingons love the Tribbles, as a matter of fact. And Reba Bell says they're Tamagotchi, or however you spell that. Yeah, those Tamagotchi, you gotta watch out. I think they prep you for being a parent because they wake you up in the middle of the night. You gotta turn those things off.
Wait a minute. What's the Tamagotchi?
Tamagotchi they're little pocket pets. They're electronic toys from the 1990s that little girls mostly love to have. And
Wow.
so they replicated actual pets. You had to feed them, you had to walk them, you had to play with them, and do all sorts of nurturing things with them, or else they would die.
Oh, okay.
I'll take the pet rock.
That's
Yeah.
a Japanese slang word for friend.
Oh, well, there you go. I never even knew that, and I had several Tamagotchis.
Yeah, no, okay. It's sort of like the dolls that they cried and you had to feed and so forth. Okay, yeah, that might have been I might have been like in university at that point.
Yeah, and I was a kid, so that's why I had them and I enjoyed them. And Furbies were
you don't have
like
to
that
read
too.
this, Jill. You don't have to read that.
I threw a neighbor's cat up in the air once when I was 13 to see if it would land on its feet. Then I ran away. Yeah. It was fine. I'm sorry I read it anyway. I wanted to read it.
The cat was fine.
Oh, well, I'm glad the cat was okay.
And they do land on their feet.
Oh, because earlier we were saying, well, you throw Tribbles, but you wouldn't throw cats.
That's yes, that's correct.
Okay, I'm glad I remembered the context for that one.
Context is everything, folks.
It is. Tribbles are omnivorous. As for hunting, their purring is known to have an impact on the nervous system. So imagine a tranquilizing purr. And it definitely makes me happy. I can hold even this pretend Tribble up to my chest. It feels so good. Gotta love a Tribble. Tribbles are great. Yeah. Cardinal Sin is talking about the Drek, the short trek. We did talk about that earlier, so we don't have to go through it again. The terrible, terrible Tribble cereal with human DNA in it, which makes no sense because of course humans do not reproduce quickly. So why would human DNA make them reproduce
Well, that was
more
obviously
quickly?
made by somebody that hated Star Trek.
Yeah, and they wanted to turn children into cannibals? What? I don't even want to question it. The AI show said, I never liked any required reading in school. Even though I was a voracious bookworm in general, I didn't like being forced to read anything for some reason. Oh, interesting. I didn't mind it. I liked reading whenever it was on offer. But that was because I like to answer questions. Like when the teacher would ask questions, I like to know the answer. Darius Munchausen said, Tribbles are worse than those animals that took over Australia. Oh, the bunnies. Yep, agreed. And Canadian Spider-Man says, hey, chat, if you are enjoying this entertainment, then please consider subscribing to this channel. It's easy. Just hit the subscribe button below. Jill puts a lot of work into these shows. Yeah, except for, this part where I'm reading the chat. This is great. And Darius says, or Pablo Escobar's hippos that escaped into the wild and are wreaking havoc on Colombia. Is that oh, wow. Did that happen in the 80s or when did that happen? Pablo Escobar's hippos. That is interesting. In the 90s. Cocaine hippos. Began in 1993 after authorities ended the life of Pablo Escobar and seized his luxury estate. Wow. And so it's still causing a problem today. Great analogy. Great parallel, Darius Munchausen. I hadn't heard about that. Canadian Spider-Man says feral cats are a problem in Oz, as are cane toads. It's inevitable. Just let all the animals fight it out in a planetary battle royale. And so then we need this scene in Yakety Sax. Oh, okay. So that's the bar fight scene. And of course, everybody enjoyed Scotty's retelling of the bar fight scene. And I
Yes.
thought it was awesome. You could really tell he put some effort into that one. I enjoyed it. And yes, even Canadian Spider-Man said back then, "Well done, Scotty. Great narration of the barroom brawl." I know I might make it into a short. That was that good. I have to get some better footage of the actual fight though. And Darius's girlfriend was wondering what he was laughing at. Bravo, Scotty. And Frank Walker agrees, brilliant. And Mark Harkness says, and Bashir looks up at the security officer bigger than the Klingon Shakov was fighting. And can you read your own chat? Spidey? Oh, I guess he's out.
No, I'm right here.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I can. I say in the chat, I bet she often wonders what the hell you're laughing at. In fact, Darius Munchausen. So I suspect he laughs a lot and his girlfriend is puzzled. There's a lot of insider jokes with us sci-fi crowd, hey?
Yeah, it's true.
In fact, Captain Kirk learned a lot of his fight moves from a cop named TJ Hooker.
That's funny.
That's just fact. I have fun with Star Trek. We all do sometimes. Sometimes I watch with my pants down.
Well,
the cider's kicking.
It's important to be it's important to be comfortable when you're watching TV.
That's right.
Which Star Trek character had the best one-liners? Oh yeah, we talked about that.
Yep.
We did. We covered it. Ooh. Darius Munchausen says, unfortunately, my personal PC is disassembled in the basement right now, so I can't operate in full function. I do hope you figure out your PC at some point. I would love to see more of you on streams whenever you have the chance. But I do know you if you are looking to listen to Darius Munchausen, he does appear on That 70s Rock Band show and also Slasher Mix Splitters movie reviews.
Yep. Jedi Bill's karaoke nights sometimes as well.
Oh, the karaoke nights. Okay, I didn't realize he was there because I avoid karaoke at all costs because I don't think.
No, he does face reveals there, Jill. You've missed it.
You're kidding.
Yeah, I'm kidding.
He's wearing a mask.
Yeah, he is.
I've seen the side of his beard one time.
Yes. Yes. It's not white.
Canadian Spider-Man says,
that is very cool that you are rebuilding and improving it. And by it, I mean his computer, not his wife. Darius Munchausen. And we will take you however we can get you, eh?
Exactly.
Yeah,
in the chat or on the panel. We're happy he's around.
Exactly. Yes.
The AI show says it's because many people don't understand that Star Trek was a drama with occasional moments of humor, as opposed to simple-minded action-adventure pablum of the Flash Gordon variety. True enough. Oh, and of course, an hour ago, Cam was here. I do wonder Cam's still here. Mega Cropper says hello. And Pop Culture Curator, could you read this from Eric Sonder?
Absolutely. Arabic Sonder in the chat says, and I derivative Jill, I'm currently watching TOS in order. Is it just me or is Charlie X similar to Gary Mitchell? What do you think, Jill?
I think so. I think they're sort of similar, except for that Charlie was born with these godlike entities so he had to grow up with these powers, and Gary Mitchell was was not. He just he was bestowed. He was mortal and bestowed the powers later in life. So the way that they handle them are a little different. Obviously, Charlie X is a juvenile, so he is more childlike, and Gary Mitchell is sees the power that he could have from it, and I guess they both do. It's a good question. I love both episodes.
I'd say Charlie is more naive, maybe more sheltered.
Yes. Yes, because Gary Mitchell will read everything on the ship, and I don't think Charlie X bothers. He just learns as he goes.
Well, he's still a young boy.
Mhm. Isn't it ironic that Kirk is the one who said that line? Oh man, see, this is where I lose. Oh, okay, the context of where we are in the episode. I tried to order one of those Tribbles, but with the import duty to the UK, it would have cost over £200. So I didn't bother. I don't blame you.
Wow, that's incredible.
Wow, no, I paid like $30, I think. Cam says, "Hi, vibrate and no batteries are required." Oh. Okay. And the AI show says, "You would have trouble with Tribbleston?" To Franco Walker, who can't buy a Tribble. Oh, I'm so sorry. Well, if you ever go to a convention, they sell them at the Star Trek conventions. So that would be the way to get it, is if they come to you. And Franco Walker says they are asexual. Yeah, they can reproduce just by themselves. And some frogs are able to do that, says Big Daddy Emery. This is true. Trim Christ says, "What about worms? Don't worms have two sexes?" Oh yeah, I did read some of these. Stark of Iron says, "Awesome, Cam. Now that I know, I'll sing Loch Lomond for you tonight." So remember, if you are up in the middle of the night and you don't know why you can't go to sleep, spend some time with Tony on his channel, Stark of Iron. Or if you're in a different time zone and it's in the middle of the day for you when he's streaming, that'll be good. And so I checked that out already. Tribbles everywhere. Yes. Gotta love those Tribbles. Yes, good to see you here and the crew. As expected, I'm working while trying to listen in the background, says Max DTP. And Big Daddy MRI reminds everyone to go smash that like button. Yeah, if you haven't yet, that'd be cool. I like that. I like when people like things. If you like it. If you don't like it, then you can not like it. It's all interaction, I believe. And Cardinal Sin says, "Oh yeah, I did that already." Okay, he said it twice. And it's extra nice. Cam says, cat sitting at my old house of my ex-roommate in Florida, so I could be around if you want me. Drop me a link. Oh man, I didn't see. This is why I really should be reading the chat a little better, more close to the time that they're actually dropped. I'm stranded in the woods because of extreme flooding washing out the roads. Well, Cam, if you are still hanging around listening, I will send you a link. And if you just happen to still be here, I will send you this. Okay, so I've
And
sent
good
you a
luck
link,
with that
Cam.
flooding, Cam.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about the flooding.
Yeah, good luck with that flooding.
But if you want to come say hi, you're more than welcome. Absolutely.
I haven't seen him on a stream in a while, and he's always good to have on a stream.
Definitely. He's a great guy. And Darius says, if this scene is a common GIF, it's officially iconic. If a scene is a common GIF, it's iconic. And he might be referring to the coffee and chicken sandwich scene, which is definitely a GIF that I use quite a bit. Edge of Time is here. Pro tip, turn your TV to vibrant and enjoy those never equaled Star Trek colors. Oh, that's a cool tip. And so at this point, I'm scrolling through the chat to see what's going on. And if anybody does have to leave, just let me know. Oh, all the big names on the Jill show, says Mega Cropper.
Oh my
And I'm glad to
goodness.
see you here today.
Yes.
Franco Walker says fruit flies don't evolve. Look at how quickly they create a new generation. True. Unless they evolve some thumbs, we got those little buggers beat forever. Yeah, all I have to do is make a funnel and fill up a jar with some apple cider vinegar, and I can catch those suckers.
Yep.
Tim Christ says, I give Tribbles evolutionary godlike power in 1 week's time if fed properly. Yes, Spidey might be thinking about that. Or were you thinking about that Twilight Zone episode where they grow a whole civilization and it's and they evolve very quickly?
Yeah, of course. Well, and just in general, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I know
and then
dogs, because of their short life cycle, we've managed to sort of tailor different dog breeds to our tastes, and that is because of their short.
And that is a type of evolution. That's artificial evolution.
Yeah. Mendeleev did it, right? Or Mendel, Gregory Mendel.
Right,
Yeah.
with the plants and all of the plants he liked to grow.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I learned a lot about genetics that way.
Mm-hmm.
Cam
Important.
says, if I order your book in paperback, do you get paid? Wait, Rod Thunderheart is here? When did he get here? Oh, hello to Rod Thunderheart. I can't believe he was here and I didn't say hi.
Hey, Rod.
Oh my goodness. What is wrong with me? Okay, so
I didn't notice him either.
And hello to Real Wade Nation Gaming, and hello to Rod Thunderheart. I didn't see you myself, but I'm glad you were here, or you were here, or you're somewhere. Oh, it could be possible that my stream elements showed off his book. I'm not sure. And Wes Cagle says, Rod Thunderheart, I didn't know Jill was your aunt. Yeah, he says auntie, derivative Jill, because of Cardinal Sin, who does that
okay.
as a reference to Boris Karloff.
Yes.
And hello to Appion. Oh, and we lost Pop Culture Curator. He may be back. He may not. Maybe he's working on his internet. Tim Christ says, Wes Cagle, it's good, but not the greatest. The best Worf line that is better than that is when Q asks, what must I do to convince you people? And Worf says,
die.
Yeah, he does. And that's hilarious because in that episode, Q...
Worf has some good one-liners.
Yeah, and it was a good quote because Q had become human as a punishment from the other Q.
Right.
In that episode.
Yes. Although I still never fully believe that. I call bullshit. I still am not sure about that.
You think he was faking being human?
Well, you can't.
It was a really
trust
good
him.
fake.
Where's Scotty when we need him? He would have an opinion.
It was a really good fake because they take advantage of the fact that he's human in that episode. And I don't think he would have suffered some of the indignities he did. And he didn't. He definitely was surprised at the concept of being hungry.
That's true.
Passing out, going to sleep.
Stop being so convincing.
Okay. Tim Christ says, one word trumps that whole Merry Man line.
Thank Wes Cagle. Wes Cagle's awesome.
Wes Cagle is awesome. But if you do want to read something that's more of a recent chat, you may just read it out loud, and I'll be okay with it. Read whoever wrote it, and then read the chat, even if it's a new chat, and you can do that if you want. Wes Cagle says, I also like definitely feeling aggressive tendencies.
Oh dear.
One door closes and a window opens, says Cam. And I hope Cam is here.
I believe that. Cool.
It'd be cool
Yeah.
if he
Well,
could.
if not,
keep
you know
going.
what? He'll catch it in the rerun. I think
Mhm.
he's pretty good that way.
Quark still has better character development every time he quotes a rule of acquisition.
Better than who?
What? I don't know better than who. That's a good question. But he does have good character development. And I do like filling in that rule of acquisition book. There is a list.
When the Grand Negatives visited Deep Space Nine,
And-
they really focused on Quark a lot, and I like that.
It's true, they did.
I like him because he's a smartass.
Inconceivable. Tim Christ says,
Same actor.
oh, yeah. Is that like when Janeway says something, you have to punch your way through? Thank Gene for old Trek. Thank you, Gene Roddenberry, and everyone who made Star Trek possible. DC Fontana and Gino Kuhn, Robert Justman,
Lucille Ball,
and also everybody who did. Who else? There was also obviously the actors, but we hear about them all the time. There was also Alexander Courage, who made the original music, and Fred. Oh, what's his name?
Durst.
Limp Bizkit had nothing to do with the creation of Star Trek. But then there was also Walter Jeffries. Jeffries. Obviously, he the Jeffries tubes were named after him in the Next Generation.
Yes.
And in the original series. And also Herbert Solo, who was in charge of production. So
Good for giving him credit.
Yeah, because Gene Roddenberry knew how to get good people together.
Yeah. You are thorough, if nothing, I've noticed.
Yeah. Because it was a team effort.
Yeah, that's how the magic happens, right?
Oh. Well, some magic keeps happening from your question to the panel, and the chat seems to like that question. That what are the best one-liners?
I love that question. And I gotta say, Worf. Like I might change my mind to Worf. I think Worf has the best one-liners. I think.
He has some pretty great ones. Welcome back, Pop Culture Curator. Is everything all right?
Oh, hey, Pop.
Okay. He's muted for now, but when he returns, we can ask him. And
I hope you can hear me.
oh, now I can hear you.
No.
Yeah,
Still waiting.
I lost signal on my laptop, so I'm on my phone now. I don't know how well it's going to work.
Wait a second. Your tagline says "stuck at the damned hospital." That can't
I
still
thought I
be true.
erased that. Oh, because the last time I used StreamYards on my phone, I was at the hospital. So let me fix that.
Yeah. Now you're in Arizona, in the Arizona heat.
It's actually 80 degrees where I'm at right now. So it's actually very.
That's about the same. About the same here, Pop.
Yeah, this is northern Arizona, so I looked out. It's not like Phoenix and down there.
It's like 25 Celsius here. It's decent. It's good. It's good.
Well, here it's 95 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, that's better. That's better.
Yeah, and it's only so low because it's very cloudy today.
You can go. So I don't know, Jill, where you live, but where I live, tubing down the river in hot weather is really popular.
Yes.
And I don't know if where you live has a lot of rivers for tubing, but I highly recommend it as a sport. And
the closest best place to go tubing in Texas to where I live is in San Antonio, Texas, in the Frio River. So the cold.
Yeah, I was going to say that
it means
sounds
cold in Spanish. But in the summer, it's not quite so cold. So it is a nice time to go tubing, and I enjoy it.
Better than any river in Canada.
And one of the top tips for that is to make sure you've got your cell phone secured in some kind of plastic casing or whatever.
Or leave it in your car.
or leave it in your car. Well, I take it with me to take pictures.
Oh.
Because
See,
I
back
almost
in the
lost my
day, we
phone.
used to have separate things called cameras.
Cameras. I didn't think about bringing a camera.
Right?
That's an
They
idea.
used to make things called cameras, folks, and they used to capture moments in time. And you couldn't make a phone call on the damn things.
Fair enough.
Sorry about
That's a good
that.
reason for have a camera. The Sony Cybershot,
But
shout out to Sony
but
Cybershot.
oh no, that's okay. But the miracle of it was that I did lose my phone, and somebody picked it up, and I was almost
What?
gonna cry. I was so upset.
It was
And
underwater?
so it was underwater,
What? And someone
and
found it?
and someone found it, and my husband
Wow.
saw I was upset, and he went and he looked around, and he found it. He called my phone, and it rung, and
Holy shit.
and the person gave it back. It was a
So
miracle.
you bought a high quality waterproof case.
Yeah, I guess so. No, you know what? It might have been in a plastic thingy.
Just a zip. Wow.
And so if it wasn't in the plastic thingy, then it would have been dead probably.
But Jill, I make a point of downloading or uploading or whatever it is, all my phone photos and things to my laptop on a weekly basis. So if I ever and I have lost my phone for literally days and hours at a time, and I'm not that concerned. As long as you back it up, you're good, right?
Yeah, as long as you back up what is important to you, you back up your photos and you back up any kind of documents that you have on only
I
your
have
phone.
a paper copy laminated in my wallet of all my phone contacts that are on my phone. That has come in handy.
And that's good too. If you don't mind Google having all your information, Google will also save all your contacts for you.
No,
And
physical media, folks. Physical media.
or they all get saved on your SIM card also. That's also an option. But also, yeah, copying them all down in a book, that is also a novel idea. I never heard of such a thing called
No, it's physical media, Jill.
Yeah, a little book of phone numbers. We're back to that. And you got a Rolodex.
I was bored at work one day, so I made a file and I just typed out all my friends' names and all their phone numbers, and I downsized the print so it was really small and wallet size, and then I laminated it, and
That's cool. Wow, that's pretty neat.
Yeah.
And I bet it comes in handy when you don't.
Oh man, I've been many times. I've been out of service, but they're back in the day, and there was a payphone, drunken phone calls to ex-girlfriends. Oh yeah.
Phones. Whoa, that was a time ago.
Yeah.
Cam says they're charging $32 for a paperback and 99 cents for Kindle. I hope you're getting more than a few bucks. I want to support a great guy and an independent creator to Rod Thunderheart. And so, yes, it is true. The rumors are true. Rod Thunderheart is or was in the chat, as was Cam. And so was Susan Dolan as of 2:09. And Cam says, I will keep you all in my thoughts. I'm wishing you all the best. To Tony. Yeah, definitely. All the best to Tony's sister. That is rough stuff, and I am sorry that Tony was not a match. I know Aaron Eisenberg went through. The actor who played Nog also had trouble with his kidney, and he ended up getting a transplant. And Darius, so at this point, this is the point where Tony left the stream. So Darius is saying goodbye, and so is everyone else. And Edge of Time says if you have a driver's license, you'll always be employed. Oh, yeah. That's true. That makes sense. Darius Munchausen says, I call my ex-wife the log splitter. Hey, yo.
Oh, my. Is that. That's it. Okay.
You know who forgot the poll? Is the actual person running the stream. I completely
You
forgot the
forgot
poll.
to.
Here,
But you
I'm
gave
going
it
to
an A
share.
plus.
I gave it an A plus, but let's see what the chat says, because the chat is important. Let's see. The chat gives it an A plus too. By and large, we get 88% of our viewers today gave this episode an A minus to A plus. 88%. 88% A plus and 12% at a B. Awesome.
But
There you go. That's our
question,
poll.
Jill.
Yes.
Do you like personally? I like Kirk when he's faced with a dire situation more than a comedic role. But what's your opinion?
I agree with you. I do. I appreciate the episodes in which there are bigger stakes in terms of being able to solve an issue that I can relate to my real life.
It's the only reason I didn't give it an A plus, but it was entertaining as hell.
It is entertaining.
But
it
the
makes me
problem
so
is,
happy.
You're ranking it against other Star Trek episodes, and the bar,
And that's what
the bar is so high.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I don't try to do that. I rank them individually, and and so that's how it gets an A plus, because this is for what it intends to be. It succeeds marvelously.
And they have a lot of fun. And any episode that has Scotty featured as much as he is, I'm a big fan of.
Yeah, exactly. Agreed completely.
Although I never saw his missing finger this episode. I was looking for it.
Oh, that's something I think I had in my note, that his
Never
missing
saw it.
figure was apparent during the bar fight if you were looking for it.
Really?
If you look out for it, it's in there because he does.
You didn't read all of your notes? I thought you always read all of your notes.
No, I forgot about some of my notes. let me see. What do I have left in my notes that I forgot?
Scotty's distracting. Scotty's entertaining and distracting.
Scotty is distracting, but I do have some notes
We
left.
love you, Scotty, for that. For that very reason.
Well, he is also entertaining. But I don't know what else I had that was useful here. Let me see. During the production of the Buried in Tribbles scene, it took up to 8 takes, a considerable number, to get the avalanche of Tribbles to fall just right. Gerald wrote in The Trouble with Tribbles, if Captain Kirk looked a little bit harried in that shot, it's not accidental. Having Tribbles drop on you 8 times a day is not a happy experience. And Deep Space Nine, Trials and Tribulations later established that the continuously falling Tribbles hitting Kirk were in fact thrown by Benjamin Sisko and Jadzia Dax, frantically searching for the bomb placed by the future Darwin. In reality, so this is the Tribbles kept falling out of the hatch because members of the production crew had no direct line of sight with William Shatner.
Oh.
So yeah, definitely that's
and no
fun.
video monitors back then because it wasn't easy.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And the other quote the other thing in my notes I had, I think I did put it in my show, but
I'm impressed you take notes at all, Jill. You're taking this very seriously.
I do. It is a note that Spock is accurate in terms of saying how many Tribbles there would be in 3 days. Because in 12 hours, the total number is 11. 12 hours later, each of the 11 Tribbles produce 10, making the count 110 babies. Include the original 11 Tribbles, and the total is 121.
So someone actually did the math.
Exactly. The formula for Tribble reproduction is X equals 11N, N for the number Tribbles, over 12, where X is the total and N is the number. Oh wait, excuse me. The formula for the Tribble reproduction is X equals 11N over 12, where X is the total and N is the number of hours. Okay, so that was I had it
probably
backwards.
Google that, folks. You can probably Google that.
Yeah, I had the variables backwards, but I said it correctly the second time. Given 3 days, 72 hours, the final result becomes 116, which exactly equals 1,771,561, which is just a fun number to say. According to David Gerald's The World of Star Trek.
59, but sure.
Oh, well, Yeah. I'll be having my 69th Star Trek stream pretty soon.
Oh wow! Oh, what's any special plans?
No, I have nothing planned whatsoever for such a thing.
Oh, okay.
But I'll consider it. The props were misplaced about the set, and they were found for several months after the production. Oh, and this was a cute one. Oh, I forgot. The actor who plays Koloth, William Campbell, he took 40 of the Tribbles, around 40 of them, home with him in a plastic bag, and he gave them away to the neighborhood kids.
Smart. Friggin' smart.
That is so cool. I love that
I'm
one.
sure. Yeah, Christopher Doohan probably had something to do with the misplacement of the Tribbles, no doubt, with the opening of lockers.
Well, definitely. He did. And so some Tribbles rolled away under something because of the kids. Definitely. Oh, and the sound effects director Douglas Grindstaff combined altered dove coos, screech owl cries, and emptying balloons to create the Tribble sounds. So that's how the Tribble.
Wow. That seems rather elaborate.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I got a buddy that can just mimic the sound. Huh.
And also, the episode was nominated for Hugo Award in '68 as Best Dramatic Presentation, but lost to the version of The City on Forever, the City on the Edge of Forever that was shown. Which, fair enough, The City on the Edge of Forever should win.
Yep, I'd agree with that.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I love this episode, but yeah, that's the right answer.
Again, I like the deep philosophical questions. I mean, that's what really drew me. Why did I return every week in the 70s to watch the Star Trek reruns? It was because of, I guess it was because of the deep philosophical questions that they tackled that no one else was tackling. Really.
It's true. Yeah, they were on the forefront of a lot of things. Or even if they weren't, even if they were repeating story, even if Star Trek was repeating a story that's been told before, like old science fiction stories, they made these stories popular and they brought it to everybody to be able to talk about them.
Well, today, I mean, geeks are pretty. The geek culture, would you not say, Jill, has become mainstream today?
Yeah, it has. It used to be more esoteric.
Right.
And it has become more popular.
And I gotta think that a lot of that has to do with William Shatner himself and Star Trek. I mean, Star Trek is referenced in some rap songs from Eminem.
Well, you're not wrong.
It's referenced everywhere.
Beastie Boys, unfortunately.
Beastie Boys, repeatedly.
Yeah. Well, okay, it's not unfortunate. The Beastie Boys themselves are fine. It's just that it makes me think of JJ Trek because of that movie, unfortunately. But Scotty's not here, so we don't have to talk
glad
about it.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm so fortunate.
Okay, so one of the songs appears in the third movie. You don't have to know about it. It wasn't.
I'm ignorant, and
the only good thing about that is that it makes Scotty R37 happy, and so I've seen him become absolutely giddy watching that scene. So its only value is that. I have no.
There's some value in that. There's some value in that. Okay.
But you're right. It did permeate culture, and that's why the conventions were such a big deal. Sci-fi conventions used to be just anybody who was reading books or comics or whatever, and then it became more of a Star Trek became part of it. Wes Kago says, that the Klingons were going to kill them or beam them out into space themselves. So sending them to the Klingon ship is no different from beaming them into space. And that's true.
Yeah. The most humane way to dispose of them, I guess. So, I had a question. Did this end their race? Did we commit genocide here?
On the Tribbles, no, because because they were still. I'm sure that they still existed on their home world. I don't think that Cyrano Jones took all of the. There was no indication that Cyrano
Okay.
Jones
It was
took
never
all of
clearly.
the
Okay.
tribbles.
All right.
It's just that he took some of them,
Like a
and
sample.
or even he took a sample. He had a
Okay.
sample, and the
Okay. Not
sample
all of them. Okay.
grew.
Well, that makes me feel better. Okay.
Mhm. Yeah, that's why later on in Deep Space Nine they talked about a tribble hunt.
Right.
So.
Hey, Larry's here.
And I wonder if that tribble hunt it had to occur because of the infestation of the Klingon ship that was not fully eradicated by the time the Klingon ship reached Kronos. Is that the story?
Right.
I have no idea. I'm making this up
Nope.
because I'm at
It
the end of my
sounds good
life
to
stream.
me. Yep.
Mark Harkness says more likely with tens of thousands of tribbles, they probably used disruptor pistols.
Ooh, that's not a cool way to die.
No. And Yama's Queen Jess gives it at least an A to an A plus. Very good.
Well.
And there was a follow-up novel too. I don't remember the title. Cool. Definitely deserves it. Susan Dolan says, thank you for the shout out. Hopefully in the near future, my furballs will be able to pay for their own cat food. Yeah, speaking of furballs.
Just make cat YouTube videos and you'll be able to fund your own cat videos.
That's what she's doing. Subscribe to Susan Dolan's My Mouser Brigade here at Susan Dolan 9543 if you want to see some kitty cats.
Who doesn't want to see kitty cats?
I know. It's kitty cats and the internet. Go together.
I know.
Whoa. That bird, it sounds a bit like a tribble.
Yeah, sorry,
Or I'm
Jill.
just going
I can
crazy.
turn my volume down if you want.
No, it sounds great. It's not that loud. Don't worry about your volume. It's perfect.
Okay.
And Susan Dolan says, The Trouble with Tribbles is one of my favorite episodes. They brought Tribbles back for an animated series as well as the episode of Deep Space Nine. Yes, exactly. And advertisement for D.
And if I'm not mistaken, that episode of Deep Space Nine is
excuse me,
pretty regarded well. I mean, it's a popular one, I think.
Yeah, it is. Could you please talk about it for just a minute? Because I got to step away for just a second. I'll be right back.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I'm quite surprised.
I was about to ask.
Jill, you might want to mute yourself.
I don't have. No, sorry. You're gonna have to make something to eat from the kitchen.
Nope.
I know you're hungry.
I'm
gonna go get Ava some food soon.
So I'm just gonna talk over her.
Oh, I never muted.
No, you did not mute yourself. I was just asking. I don't have the ability to mute you, so.
I'm sorry. I meant to mute. So you got to hear some of my parenting.
No, you're a hard ass. Good on you. People need discipline.
No, was I mean?
No, you weren't mean. No, you're just gonna have to. You're asserting independence. You're gonna have to make dinner.
I am.
Yourself.
No, I made him. Okay, so just so you know, I did make him lunch. I made him a sandwich, and I made him a side dish and everything. So I did make him food.
Are you kidding? I would trust you with my brother's children. I would trust you with any child. We've seen enough of you.
And he is 10 years old, so he does have that independent capability. He is not.
He knows how to make
disabled.
a grilled cheese sandwich.
Yeah. Oh man.
You can make.
He has done that before. He knows how to make eggs and bacon. He knows how.
Your mother's doing a live stream. Why are you bothering your mother? What the hell?
No, guys. No, yeah, no. It's not like if I were telling that to a 2-year-old, then I'd be evil.
No. A 10-year-old is practically. 10-year-olds today are like this tall. It's ridiculous. No, he's fine. In the olden days, he would have been out hunting bison already.
Bison, really?
Well, in Canada, I don't know what it's like in Texas.
Hunting deer.
Bison
maybe?
in Texas.
Yeah, we have buffalo.
You have big moo cows with like big horns. I know that.
Yeah, we got.
I gotta come down to Texas. I'm
Longhorns.
embarrassed. I'm 50 years old and I've never been to
Texas.
Texas.
You've been really close to Texas. You've been.
I drove down to Florida at the bequest of a girl. I've been to Florida. I drove all through down we started in Boston actually. down to, but Texas is not between Boston and Florida, sadly.
Well, I hope you get to make it someday.
Are you kidding? I want to move to Texas. I don't want to stay in Canada too much longer, if you know what I mean, Jill.
Oh, that's a good point. And then you'll be close to your vacation spots in Mexico too.
That's right. And Overlord DVD and Never with Sandra Feliciano and RN, if you're still in the chat, absolutely.
And not to mention, Clobberin Times is just a hop, skip, and a jump away in Louisiana.
He literally invited me for Independence Day in New Orleans. That he says
No kidding.
He said in New Orleans, Independence Day. Sorry for the local traffic. It's dump day. Clobberin Times says the New Orleans is better for Independence Day than for Fat Tuesday, for Mardi Gras. He says you're better off coming for Independence Day because they go nuts in New Orleans.
Oh wow, really? Yeah, I'm sure, definitely. There's one thing for
Shout
sure
out
that
to
I'm sure
Clobberin
of.
Times.
Yes, shout out to Clobberin Times. Make sure to subscribe to Clobberin Times. I love that guy, and I always have this just in
He's
case
genuine.
if he ever comes over. I always have this.
Listen, you bunch of tarts. It's clobbering time.
That's awesome.
And that's from I clipped that for him from Red Dwarf.
Yep. Thanks to Gil Bavel, I do own Red Dwarf. So thank you,
That's good. And Darius Munchausen, he has a funny quote that's pretty recent. Anti-derivative mom, you're 10 now, son. Time to move out and get a job. Remember to come back for Christmas. Yeah,
Darius
no.
Munchausen, I think you're older than you lead on to believe because you're pretty wise, man. You're pretty wise.
Yeah, he is. And Herc 130 says my granddaughter with a box of Legos is better than STD. Yeah.
Yep.
I believe that for sure.
Yep. Burning ants with a magnifying glass is better than STD.
Yeah, definitely.
Not that I endorse animal cruelty.
Yeah, don't do that. Cam says
if you're a boy, that's what we do. Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. Cam says, I found Arby's as an 11-year-old kid when visiting family in Crystal Lake, Illinois. I would ride my bike there every day to get a roast beef with cheese and barbecue sauce. See, I'm not that bad for making my son make his own food every once in a while.
No,
I make him food,
no.
and then when he's hungry again, I get him to
No.
make his food.
You know
and
what?
then when he's hungry again, I make his food.
No, and this is not, I don't want to get on social things here, but I did study cultural anthropology. I've studied humans. I've studied psychology. And I'll tell you, one thing I've noticed, back in earlier decades, we were literally kicked out of the house in the morning. And you're not allowed in the house because you get out, you're outside. And we would spend all day outside and we would fend for ourselves. And that was not considered cruelty or anything. We were given packed lunches and we'd go play and we would get healthy and we would interact with nature. And it was beautiful. And I think we don't have quite enough of that these days.
Yeah,
and
kids would go out and explore.
Our parents are, maybe, not you, Jill, I'm glad to see some parents that I'm familiar with placate to the kids a little too much, and they don't get them out. Kids need to be pushed. So get out, fend for yourself is a good lesson, and I agree with that.
Thank you. I do appreciate
fend
that.
for yourself,
and I do. Well, it does help to give them some idea of what it'll be like when they are an adult, and so that when they do grow up, they know how to do something for themselves instead of, burning down their dorm when they first get there.
I mean, what if you died in a supernova tomorrow on a starship? I mean, they have to know these things.
Yeah, exactly. And the AI show says, I used to watch Star Trek as a kid. It's not a kid show. Absolutely right. But most prime shows I saw in the 70s and 80s were not for kids. Star Trek,
that's right,
is no exception. And Jill is looking for batteries to make her Tribble purr and growl. Yeah, I still have it. Also, it also activates by clapping. Like if you make a loud noise, it'll purr.
That is so cool.
It is. Yeah. Red shirts, yes, very useful.
That is so cool.
Appian, great to see you here, Appian. I got some cats
Appian
here.
goes with Tony Stark. Last night he was up real late.
Yeah, I also see Appian on he has his own channel too, so I need to get him in the rotation of my channel links.
Mm-hmm.
Appian, if you're still hanging out and you want to hang out in the panel, I'll send you a link. You got one. So Cam says, we don't have them here, but I went to Utah to visit friends, and it was the first place I visited. What did he visit? Not sure. They make some good food wherever they are. I don't know.
I forget the reference. We don't have them here.
I'd have to scroll back up to see.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's Arby's. Yeah, and probably Arby's.
Oh, yes. Yep. Exactly. Arby's. Yep. That's exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, Jill, your memory's not tainted by various chemical substances. Nice.
Not yet, anyway.
Yet.
Fridays are a different story. I am having fun when I am moderating. Oh, wait a minute.
The sharper YouTubers I know.
Susan Dolan says to the AI show, Roddenberry wrote Star Trek in such a way that it could be easily understood by everybody. His main philosophy is that the viewing audience wasn't as stupid as studio executives thought.
Yes. That's a great point. Yes, Susan Dolan. Right? Because honestly, if a show keeps treating me like I'm an idiot, how many minutes of that show am I gonna watch? Not too many.
That's true. You can tell when they're talking down to you, they're repeating the plot points, they're beating it over your head, and you just were like, I just saw this in the last scene. Why are you showing me this again?
That's right.
And it gets frustrating.
Yes. Like I don't need to be spoon-fed. And movies, Jill, I'm sure you agree, movies are the same way. A movie is made better if I have to challenge myself mentally and grasp your concepts. If you're spoon-feeding me everything, I'm not as interactive, I'm not as involved, not interested.
Yeah, and the way that Star Trek does it is much better because Spock did have an esoteric way to say it, but immediately right after that, he provided an alternative for Cyrano Jones to understand the population growth of the Tribbles. And so it wasn't a dumbing down, it was more of an explanation.
And a clarification. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. And Cardelson says,
normally? Sorry.
Do I normally go this long? No.
How did you know what I was going to say? It's like 4 hours, Jill. This is a record almost. Hey.
Yeah, well, to get to the record, I think I need to go to 6 hours, but I don't think we're going to do that. I'm just going to get you. I'm just going to get. Oh, well, great. If you don't mind hanging out, I don't mind.
Jill, are you kidding? Yeah, it rained today, so we can't enter the territory we were supposed to. So I'm not working so good.
Oh, so this is a day off.
It rained all last night, which British Columbia really needs the rain. And actually, we have a really low forest fire year, despite Quebec. BC is having a really good forest fire year.
Oh no! Well, I hope it rains there too. Then
Quebec needs rain. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I hope it rains all over Canada, wherever those fires are happening.
At night.
That is too much. Yes. I'm tired of hearing of Canada on fire. Stop being on fire, kidding. Canada.
Well, overall, we're having a good year. I mean, year after year, we are going down. So, it's in a positive direction, folks. Don't listen to the mainstream media.
Okay, that's good to hear. And
actually go to Statistics Canada. And the Forest Fire Center of BC, British Columbia, and they will show you the real data. So No,
Right.
it's much better.
And that's the problem with the news. They always over sensationalize.
They want to
things.
sell newspapers, don't they?
The newspapers, yes.
Well, you know
More
what I
physical
mean.
media promotion in this stream. Cardinal Cardinal says Balance of Terror is my favorite episode. I agree with Jill. Tribbles doesn't crack my top 10, but I still love
Really?
this episode. Well, because I have a lot of A pluses.
Well,
So
I
we're
mean, I
just gonna
gave
have
it a
to figure
B
it out.
plus, so I kind of agree with you, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, if I didn't need to go pick up my daughter in about 20 minutes, in 20 minutes I will have to end this stream.
Yep.
That I would join you with the drinking.
Oh yeah, that sounds like favoritism. You tell your son to make his own lunch, and you got to go pick up your daughter. Hey.
Well, yeah, yeah.
I'm kidding.
Well, I can't leave her at daycare forever. Anyway, the AI show says Gene didn't exactly write everything in Star Trek. He took credit for the work of a number of writers in TOS. And yeah, that's true.
Are you allowed to do that?
And at best, he created the characters, situations, and philosophy of the show. And that's why every time we bring up Gene Roddenberry, I talk about Star Trek being a team.
Very
and
much.
Mega Cropper says, who was the blonde that banished season 3? Oh, I have no idea. What? Huh?
Like
There was
a
a blonde?
cast, like a regular recurring character.
Season 3 of what show? Oh, okay. I know what. Grace Lee Whitney. I think that's what he means. But it wasn't season 3. She
Who's
vanished.
Grace Lee Whitney?
She vanished in season 2.
From TOS?
From TOS. She played Rand, Yeoman Rand. That's the only one. That's the only blonde that I can imagine vanishing right now.
Okay.
Tim Christ says, keep in mind, the TOS uniform skirts were requested by the women. They didn't like the pants from the 2 pilots.
Fair
right.
enough.
That's
But if
true.
the girls are in skirts, shouldn't the Star Trek men have been in shorts?
That's an interesting idea because
Could you see Captain Kirk in shorts?
I also watch a show called UFO, and they have a kind of an interesting uniform too, where their shirt is kind of see-through.
Oh,
I don't
are
know
they-
what their pants look like.
Well, I have a few things. If you get wet, they go see through. But interesting.
Well, I have to pay more attention next time I watch that show. But yeah, no.
And thanks for being here, Tim Christ.
Thank you guys for being here, and thank you everybody for being here. That's why I'm hanging out with the chat a little bit at the end because I really do appreciate it.
Has anyone been here the whole 3 3/4 hours?
I'm sure there were a few
Wes
because
Cagle.
I topped out. I topped out at 30 concurrent viewers, and it's around 20. So there are at least 15 people who have been here the entire time.
Hey man,
Which is incredible.
Good for you. I'd have a hard time getting 15 people to listen to me talk.
Yeah, well, next time you stream, let me know, and I'd love to join. I'd love to join that.
I'd love to have you on the panel, Jill.
I was
Absolutely.
saying that a minute ago, but I had myself muted.
Oh, yeah, that happens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the campfire ban is on right now, but we got a lot of rain last night, so they might lift it.
Oh,
we'll see.
That's cool.
We'll see.
Yeah, because last time it didn't go so well. I know that it took you 3 streams in order to make it.
Yeah, there was some. I had to reboot the laptop apparently. It's an old ThinkPad. It's about 8 years old, so, but it has a CD drive, so that's why I keep it.
Oh, it does? It has a CD drive.
Oh yeah, no, I've got my Firefly CDs that I play in it because I ordered physical media, folks. Firefly series.
Oh, you have the
physical.
Firefly.
I just ordered
soundtrack?
it. So good.
Oh,
The whole
the
series.
DVD. Okay.
Yeah, and the DVD has episodes that were never aired. So if you order the DVD of Firefly, you get to see episodes that never made it to air.
Sweet.
Like 2 or 3.
Yeah, that's awesome. Firefly was great. Too bad it was so short, but it was awesome in its short run.
I saw it when it was on air, and I was always busy doing stuff because I had to work running a couple of businesses to put myself through university, and I never had time to watch it. But I've seen Serenity, and after I saw that movie, I was like, holy shit, I need to see Firefly. So I ordered it physical media. With Doomcock's encouragement, I'm ordering more and more physical media.
Yeah, more and more physical media is always a good thing, and I'm due for a rewatch of Firefly. To be fair, I know it is the Western of science fiction,
which blew my mind. It's an odd pairing. I mean, Western movies are basically the antithesis of technology, and then to pair that with science fiction.
Well, Gene actually promoted Star Trek as a wagon train to the stars, but that's what Firefly actually is.
I never got that reference.
No,
never
it's
seen
not
an episode of that movie
because he was trying to sell something and he sold it.
Well, he possibly slept with the lady that was buying it. So.
Oh, well, anything's possible.
Oh dear!
I really don't know.
Allegedly.
Oh yeah, I was thinking the entire episode that Scotty was going to call the Tribbles racist, and he never did. Because they kind of are. Oh, and Scotty was in the chat about an hour ago, and I finally caught up to it. I don't know if he's still listening, but hello to Scotty R37 if you're still in the chat.
He's he's fun. It is fun to watch you two together. It really is, because you've got a rapport, and I appreciate that, and I think the audience appreciates this as well.
I'm happy anytime I get to have a conversation with him, because we're able, like you said, able to bounce off of each other pretty well. And even if we can't, Scotty always has a different direction to go in to figure out what works.
And I think as an audience, I understand the audience. They appreciate you calling out on some stuff that's like, why? What did you, Scotty? No, you're way off base there. And you don't let them away with it. You call them out on it. So we appreciate that.
Well, I'm glad I can do that, but sometimes he teaches me stuff too.
Absolutely.
And
he's smarter than he looks.
He is, especially when he shocks me when he's not drinking or smoking, and he becomes extremely eloquent. And the fact that he's able to do that under the influence also is incredible.
Well, I think he's read a lot of Shakespeare.
Oh, and Claude Parrish was here. Or Claude. Claude is how it's supposed to say it, but I say it the way Raquel says it because I get brain. I love her, and I like to.
Claude.
I just think of it. Yeah. And Darius says, all my friends and I had a Tamagotchi. Yeah, I did. I had a Tamagotchi. Okay, so the boys had them too. It wasn't just the girls. Cam says, are Tribbles good to eat? With their proclivity for reproduction, they are like rabbits. Sorry, Bunny Mom Ambrosia. In the army, in the field, sometimes you got to get your fresh protein where you can. Well, I would say eating a Tribble is tantamount to like eating a horse. It's not ideal, but if you have to, it's there.
Can I admit I was offered it. I didn't help kill it, but I did have horse sashimi in Japan, which is basically raw.
Yeah, and it's different cultures where it's taboo here. It's different in other.
Well, nations. Apparently they retire old race horses, and once the horses die naturally, they have a great life, and then they harvest them for horse sashimi. Apparently.
Yeah, and that's how they do with bullfighters too. They have a life, and then
the bullfighters.
Not the bullfighter.
You said bullfighters.
I
Oh my
meant to
good
say the
God.
bull.
Jesus Christ.
Excuse me, everybody. Nobody is eating bullfighters. I meant to
Oh
say
my God.
the bulls.
You heard it here
and the
first,
bullfighters.
folks. Breaking news.
No. Well, I guess there are some people who wish it were the bullfighters who are being eaten instead of the bulls.
Oh.
But no, I said that backwards. Sorry.
Yes, you certainly did.
Cocaine hippos. Be distracted by cocaine hippos in the chat by Cardinal Sin.
Oh, Jill, did I went to Spain and I saw a bullfight in Valencia. I want to say Valencia. And I left after the first 4 fights because it's just not it's not a sport. It's not a fair fight.
Oh, it's
the
not?
The bulls are out there. And these guys from far away that the bulls have no chance of ever hitting, they spear them. And so by the time the matador gets in there, the bulls are already injured. They're already at half strength. They're already bled out. Like I don't want to describe it.
Shame.
Trust me, you don't want me to describe it, but I left after the first few shows with my girlfriend, and we were just sad. We were disappointed. It's not as, you want to get brave? Okay, stick the matador in there with a full strength bull and see what happens. Right,
exactly. That makes sense. Oh man,
yes.
I didn't know it was like that.
Yeah. But anyway, it is. I understand it's a part of the culture, and it was an elaborate thing, and it was very fun, and
right. That's what it is.
It's culture. The bulls entered, but
I'm
glad that they eat. They actually don't waste.
They don't waste the bull.
No, they don't. That. It's an honored thing. Apparently, it's almost like like how we sacrifice animals and pay them tribute. So the same sort of thing.
Larry says, make your own tribble, but be sure and pay David Gerald a royalty. Yeah, no, I think David Gerald's okay if I make some little tribbles. They're just little tribbles.
Well, did he take them from something? Is he the first to?
Well, David Gerald wrote the script for The Trouble with Tribbles, and so.
Yeah, but where did he get the idea?
He saw little puff things adorning something. I forget. I got it in my lips.
You never read all of your notes, do you?
Usually I don't have time, but this time, thanks to the chat and the expendable amount of time that I had today, I was able to read some of them. And yeah, so he was inspired. I think it was in one of these. It was in the 365 book. How he got the idea of the Tribbles.
You keep mentioning this 365 book, and I've never heard of that before.
Well, yeah, you have. You were there. I saw. Yeah. You got to see Clobber and Times and Raquel review the original series, didn't you?
Oh, well, yes, of course. And again, they Raquel, more than Clobby, Raquel constantly referred to the 365 book.
Yeah.
And we were both there in the chat. Yes, of course I remember those during the COVID years. But I've never laid eyes on the physical 365 book.
Oh. Mine is in pieces, but yes, I do own one. I can show it to you, but it is in bad shape. I don't know why it fell apart. Well, that's what happened, really. The first day I opened the book, my cat came up and scratched it.
Oh, you know, Jill. My mother's name is Jill, actually. Shout out to Jill. But
shout out to Jill. Spidey.
Jill MacDonald is her maiden name. And my mother had. Do you know record? Do you know what records are, Jill? Like 45. Do you know if I said a 45? Do you know what that is?
I am aware of the existence of what you call records. That you put a little needle on it and it creates the sound.
Of course, yeah, but a 45 form. Specifically, a 45 is a smaller, much smaller version. It's a little bigger than a CD, and it has a few songs on it. And she had one for that she bought original for the Lone Ranger. It was the Beethoven William Tell Overture soundtrack, basically a record version of the soundtrack of the Lone Ranger show. And yeah, I feel so bad. We used it as a frisbee, my brothers and I. That did not end well.
Oh no. Well, I don't think she would
So I hope you're
appreciate that.
at least anything that you value, you keep away from your.
Yeah, well, it's too late for
boys,
the Star Trek
because-
365 book.
Yeah, because the boys destroy things. That's kind of what we don't mean to. It's just we're programmed to do that.
Yeah, definitely. My son destroyed more things than than my daughter, and so, but she
We don't mean
likes
to.
books, so I think she got to it. So that's. But also the spining on that book is a little strange. Let me go get it.
Well-
I will be right back.
Okay.
And then after I show you this book, I'm gonna have to wrap up the chat, and we're going to head on out.
Perfect. I'll top up my drink. And Scotty R37, if you're listening out there, you keep doing what you're doing, buddy. Your eccentricities are what make you special. So don't stop that. And wow, what a good chat, Jill. I'm surprised. I shouldn't. That's wrong. I'm not surprised, but I'm impressed. Impressed is the word with the chat that you seem to command every time. I mean, you've got Darius Munchausen, I think, is present in your chat more than anybody else's chat. You got Herc 130, Franco Walker, Larry. I mean, these are solid individuals. So thank you all for being in the chat here. This is a 4-hour stream, folks. This doesn't happen by itself. This takes some effort and some planning. Nerdporeal life form was in here.
Nerdporeal life form is here.
Yeah, Mega
Cool.
Cropper. Yeah. You've got. I was just sorry, Joe. While you're away, I was just complimenting the chat on their loyalty. You've got a lot of loyal chat members here that show up every friggin' week.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, like Larry even saw me when I appeared.
Yes.
On Saturday Night Star Trek
mentioned
with
Larry
Cobby and Raquel. Yeah.
I called Larry out by name,
And Susan Dolan, Scotty R37 is aware that Engineer Scotty is the only red shirt that doesn't get killed. Maybe not the only one that doesn't get killed, but if you have a Scotty shirt on, you are safe.
Yes.
Except for that, you might die, but you're going to come back to life. Like when the changeling kills Scotty, but then brings him back to life.
What?
The episode with the space probe. You remember how?
Changelings are DS9.
Oh, the name of the episode is Changeling.
Oh,
but it's the
okay.
space probe. Yeah. So the space
Okay,
probe.
I never
from-
memorize. I don't memorize episode names. I probably should.
And so that it yeah, anyway, it kills Scotty, but it brings it back to life because it's more simple. It's a more simple thing. So Nomad is able to bring Scotty back to life because it's a simple mechanical nature of his death was more easy to fix than wiping Ahura's brain, which is a whole different thing. But we talked about that episode.
Wouldn't that be nice if death was just a mechanical thing? That would be so easy to fix. I'm simple engineering solution, right?
It was for Nomad.
And see again that those episodes that really delve into the philosophical, it's basically they're examining our existence. That is what attracted me to Star Trek originally. Those kinds of questions. But you know what? Whenever they have a fun episode like Trouble with Tribbles, and they do comedy well because they don't stray from the character. I heard you mention this earlier on in the stream, Jill. They don't stray from the. They still stay in character and yet turn it into a comedy. And I think the audience really reacted to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. And Gorilla's Random Thought says, seriously, no one has picked up programmed in multiple techniques? Okay. And Cardinal Sin says, thoughts like fully functional? Brinkle Walker says, I have a camera. I can't buy film for it anymore or get it developed. Oh, yeah.
You can't develop camera film anymore?
I don't know. I haven't tried. I haven't tried to do that lately.
No, me neither.
I imagine somebody still does it.
Someone has a dark room.
Rilla says, hey, Jill, make sure to buy on Thursday. I'm going to make Mikey suffer for my 500 subscriber celebration. Right, Gorilla, congratulations on 500 subscribers. You've earned it with the 5 million different shorts you've been making. You really work hard on putting those out. And Cardinal Sin says, Mazel Tov on 500 subscribers. Absolutely. And so I'm going to go a little quick through here, through the chat. Oh, Cisco becomes the captain's woman. It was a scene taken from the end of Mirror Mirror instead of Tribbles. Yeah, at the end of Trials and Tribulations. Cisco is able to get Captain Kirk's autograph. The Klingons sent an armada to obliterate the Tribble home world, but Tribbles were UN exterminated by Odo's purchase of a single Tribble. Megacropper says, have a bong rip, Spidey. Larry says, yes, 100 was the magic number. And Larry says, I'm 10 in an old body. And Megacropper says, they're already YouTubing at 10 these days. Yeah, funny you should say that. I do stream with my son playing Super Mario 64. Just on another channel that I don't really promote. But yeah, we're just playing a game. And I do it every once in a while on random Sundays. And so it makes him happy. Larry says, I'd love to have my paper route back when I was 10 and my Stingray bicycle. West Kegel says, you definitely don't want to stay in Canada if you're in BC. You need to be in Alberta, where they are at least a bit more sane and not completely infected with lefty pathogen. And I don't know.
Yeah, that is correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
That is correct.
I'm not an expert on that. And hello
Alberta is better than BC.
Oh, you sound a little better there, or a little louder anyway. Christian Fandom Geek says hello. Hello. Ooh, the chat moved. Oh, and Frankel Walker used to eat ants. In 1983, they started to become bitter. But in 82, they were tasty. And Cardinal Sin says, thanks for another great episode. Cam, run. Ooh. Is what?
Is that a lead up to 1984? Is he making a reference to the 1984 movie, I wonder?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Like in 1983, the ants started to become bitter. I'm wondering if he's throwing down more than we're picking up.
That's true. I didn't even think about the correlation. I don't know.
It's funny that he used the years 82, 83.
It's just George Orwell's novel was a prediction of a later time that ended up occurring after 1984.
An accurate prediction.
Yeah, a more accurate prediction of today, but only if you mix it with A Brave New World from Aldous Huxley. And-
I like Gene Roddenberry's vision of the future personally, Joe.
Me too. Roddenberry already had Nichelle Nichols in previous TV series as Lieutenant. He did. And she was definitely a vision. Wes Cagle says, "Sorry guys, gotta go. My brother is here. See you all later." Oh man, I miss saying goodbye to you.
See you later. Well, that was just a few minutes ago.
I'm actually catching up with the chat.
You're close. Yeah, you're close.
Larry says, "Well, I've never been to Spain, but I kind of like the music. Say the ladies are insane there, and they sure know how to use it. They don't abuse it. Never gonna lose it. I can't refuse." Is this a song? I don't recognize the song, but I recognize.
These are some good lyrics.
Those are probably lyrics. What color uniform is Uhura wearing? Uhura wears red, but of course we've seen her in gold also in the early episode. Larry says Star Trek Concordance by B. Joe Trimble is my go-to for the original series. Ooh, yeah, I gotta read that. I love B. Joe Trimble. She's the reason she was the leader of the letter writing campaign, which got us the 3rd season of Star Trek, which put it into syndication and everybody's memories forever.
So she literally changed history.
She did. And I am as happy I got a picture with her. There were other people in the picture too, but I was happy I got a picture with her. As much as I am happy that I got a picture with the cast of TNG or William Shatner or Nichelle Nichols, because that's how important B. Joe Trimble was.
What? Wait a minute. What are you saying? You have a photo with all of these people?
Yes. I do. I went to the convention and I spent a bunch of money. But the one I didn't have to spend any money on was the picture with B. Joe Trimble. It was a group picture.
Wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
I don't agree with. We're fans. Why would we spend money?
I know. Well, back in the day, you didn't have to spend money.
We are the reason they exist.
But I don't mind helping them out if they, they're trying to make some money and feed their families and things.
Well, they could get a real skill.
The real skill was making me happy for 50 years.
Yeah, okay, all right. Fair enough. Yes.
No.
Touche, Joe. Touche.
Well, yeah. If people find value in something, they will pay for it.
Yeah, no, it's people are willing to pay for it. If you know how to make ice cream, then you're a popular dude.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't try and put an ice cream roof over my head, but you're still going to be popular. Okay, I see your point. Yeah, okay.
Ice cream. You get some.
I know, right?
Banko Walker says no reference. I actually ate ants off the ground in 1892 and 1983.
Yep.
I love the typo there.
Oh yeah, 1892. I don't think so, Franco Walker.
He definitely means 1982.
Yeah, I'm thinking he does.
Mm-hmm.
1982. I was 10 years old.
Bijou is there in the motion picture at front of the crew in recreation deck. Awesome. And so with that is our entire show. I thank you for everybody who stuck around the whole time. I think I've said everybody's name as I've read all of the chats.
Multiple times. You're very generous.
I am. So I think we're good to go in call outs in general. Spidey, do you want to talk about your... Wait a minute. I'm going to end the poll. And
you
so
still had it open?
I still had it open this whole time just in case. And so now the poll is over, and those are our official results. So I'll put them in my.
Well, those are reasonable.
Those are perfect. I love it. Nobody gave it a C or a D or an F. That's happy times.
Well, no, they would have been. Yeah, they would have been wrong.
Yeah, they would have. Everyone's entitled to your opinion except for that one.
Yeah, unless you're a dumbass.
You are entitled. Well, yeah, Clabby says it a lot. You're entitled to your wrong opinion.
Yes.
Yeah, he does say that. Yeah, that's right.
And so, could you tell me about your channel? And we'll be heading
Okay.
out.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm always found on the Doomcock streams with Anti-Derivative Jill. We're there moderating in the chat. But I do have a few videos, about 200 plus, of my own travel adventures around the world that I post on my own channel. And so if you're interested in travel, particularly Asia and Mexico, then please check out my channel and enjoy the videos. They're short. I'm not a big fan of commitment, and these videos are usually about 1 or 2 minutes. So there you go.
Yeah, I agree completely. They're wonderful videos, and I
Well, thank you.
enjoy being able to live vicariously through your adventures, and that's always really cool.
I'm happy to provide them, and I'm happy to be here. So thank you for having us. You had a big panel. You had a great panel today, Jill.
Yeah, I'm really happy with how this particular episode turned out, because this is a very special episode to me. I love it very much, and it brings me endless joy.
I'm expecting 1 million views, folks.
Well,
share the heck out of the stream.
If I get, I'm always happy if I get 100. Anything else, anything above 100 is a bonus.
Golden. Yep.
Ari Bavel says, Canadian Spider-Man, if 1 million people would watch you chop wood, you could charge money for your convention appearances.
Oh my goodness. That's $1 per log. Yeah.
And
that's
Mega
all
Cropper.
I don't need much.
Mega
I
Cropper
don't
says,
eat the Dijon ketchup.
Oh, you're okay without it.
Yeah.
Mega Cropper says, fun stream. And that means a lot for Mega Cropper, because he's always very honest.
A
I'll make
negative
you famous.
Nelly, are you saying?
I didn't say that. Larry says, I'm anti-disestablishmentarianism, Larry.
Yeah, I think we said the shout out to Larry. I'm sure that I said shout out to you, Larry. But you've been around for 3 or 4 years, man. We appreciate you.
Yeah, so I will close out with a preview for next Tuesday's stream, and it's going to be Bread and Circuses next Tuesday. So let's watch that, and we'll see you all next time. Bye, guys.
Well, there'll be no Tribble at all.
Captain's log, stardate.
You're waving goodbye. I miss you.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone. See you guys later. Have a great Tuesday.
Thanks, Jill.
You're welcome.
Captain's log, stardate 40.
Shoot, I forgot to show you my book. You wanted to see this book.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Holy shit. That's a Bible.
Yeah, it is.
Massive.
It is.
But you said that was in bad shape. That looks in perfect shape.
No, it's not. I'm holding it nicely.
Oh.
Oh, so there's Naked Time right there. It is in
Wow.
bad shape.
Holy crap.
The spine is falling off. See.
I've not even heard of this. Oh, so anyone who has a copy of this, please send your copies to Anti-Derivative Jill. New copies of the book. Wow.
Oh yeah, this was the unaired scene with.
Wow. And what's the official name of this book, Jill?
Star Trek 365, the original series.
All right.
And you can thank.
I'm guessing Raquel has a
Raquel
copy.
Briggs for the reason why I own this book. Yes.
Yeah, I need to get one of those. That
it's
seems
cool.
like a Christmas present.
Okay, now with that, now we can go.
Yeah, we're gonna end on 420, folks.
420. Oh my goodness.
420.
Yeah, I gotta end now, so I end on 420.
Captain's log, stardate 4040.7. We've run across one of the strangest examples of parallel planet development. What are we seeing? 20th century Rome?
Don't move! It's been a long time since I've watched barbarians die in the arena.
Fight, you pointed-eared freak!
Your men dying, not strangers. Do you know why you're not afraid to die, Spock? You're more afraid of living. Let's go.
For this evening, I was told I am your slave. Command me.
Guards, don't let him escape!
Fantastic.
All right, move along. Done. Stop it. Get off of the things. Go outside. Get some food. Like, it's a time of day where you live. Go do something. Shut up, Snoopy. I don't care. You smoke too much. Let's go. Let's go adventure. Let's go explore.